have to look at the notes. I have.
He said,
No, that's perfectly fine.
I think the big mistake we made here is that.
No, I'm praying for some
I see what you're saying.
High off this big pipe, the oil off of it.
Well, I think, right, I remember the ordinance. So, I think there's some issue. I have notes on this.
Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Mark.
Oh, so I have a new cable for you, so. Oh, I have a new cable for you. Do you need a new one or?
Yeah, I do. This is an old one. I didn't know if it was working.
Hi, Lauren.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
All right.
Is that a lucky foot?
That's the scale that builds up on the cast.
Isn't that crazy? That's awesome. Is that on the? Is that all on the outside?
No, this is the inside. But this all the scale forms up on the outside.
Oh, this is right.
Yeah,
right.
this is just-
yeah, this is the pipe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what came off. That was
That
great.
comes off and breaks off. That's what we call it.
Yeah. Is that painting right there?
For about an hour.
Yeah, that's how thick that is.
That's crazy.
We want to get another day. We don't go out and
Okay.
That's
Oh, that's that big a piece. No wonder it looked like a river.
Look how thick that is compared to this. I mean, it's thick, but this is PVC. This is what you want to replace all the cast iron.
Right. That's crazy.
Silence. This one, this piece blew out.
Yeah, I didn't know.
This one blew out. As we were back, filling it up, and that one blew out. So it's this.
Okay.
It's cut it.
That's crazy. Is that's just from metal loss, is it? Huh?
Yeah. Well,
You can probably do it.
That's
how are you?
Oh,
Great, wonderful. You know.
They had two
What are we talking about? What is that? What's that PVC?
This came out of
That's what's in the ground.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I got it.
this one. The third one exactly like it. The third one exactly like it. No flavors, no nothing. Those two.
What is this?
Yeah. They're not showing me nothing. See? Right.
What is this? Okay, what is this here?
Very, very
Tedious job. I did that this summer on one of our rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Long receding.
Man, I sure like it when the computer logs in. Just feels like such a better way to start the night. You know?
Yeah.
It's been 20 minutes of
There's a two, and then one is double-sided.
I don't know if we need these anyway.
What just happened to mine?
Work session.
I went to log in.
Whoa, what is this? License expired.
Put in my password. It said welcome and blank
Cover all
applicants.
of it, Mike.
Oh,
I don't know.
We might need to open a window. Like, wait from over here.
Yeah, I like bread, so.
You can? Oh, maybe it's just me.
Is Isaiah or whatever his
Well, I
name
might
is
open the window though.
Lori's here.
No, the computer.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not right here.
That's how they went
Josiah.
about it.
Does it? Okay, it's not just me.
Josiah,
It's giving me a
Josiah,
Austin, I'm glad you didn't break that, because
you'll have to yell at him.
Is Josiah here? Yes. Ah,
Speak and he shall.
That was awesome. Pop around.
hey Josiah, I
Yeah, I can plug
typed in my password. It said welcome,
Decided that the street doesn't work.
and now.
That lights up. Go give that a try, buddy. I'm fully charged.
Yeah, mine don't last very long, though. I don't think.
Catastrophic failure. Oh, perfect, thank you.
And then make sure you connect it to the Wi-Fi.
Which one?
A little further. Yep, you're good. Okay.
Did you shut that blind?
Okay, thanks, thank you.
Yeah, there's, whenever someone drives by there, just,
Get a nice little shot of it.
yeah. Maybe?
You're probably dusting in place.
And it's like, it just blasts you hard.
Never been.
That'll work, thank you.
I guess.
All right, sorry about that. It just took me a minute to get my computer up. The time has come to call the work session to order. And the first thing on the agenda, the only thing on the agenda is a discussion of the City of Rawlins water rates. I will turn the floor over to Carl Brown.
I'd just like to do a quick introduction of Carl, and also we do have a couple other people in the audience that I just wanted to make mention of. Just behind me, you have Mark Pepper. He's here with, he's the Executive Director of Rural Water, and so we're happy to have him tonight. Don Burkhardt, I think, is with us. Appreciate him being here. Murray Schroeder has been in the field today looking at our water system. He'll be sticking around for the normal council agenda too. And then we have a lot of residents that are interested in hearing what we have to say tonight, but Carl Brown has done a lot of work for us tonight. He's worked principally with Tom and Austin. They've done a lot of work to prepare numbers and facilitate some of this process, but I know that Carl has done, how many studies now?
346.
346 water rate studies. That is substantial. So I'm gonna, without further ado, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Yeah, remembering a number, now that's a pretty important one for me, of course, but you might notice I'm a little bit anal retentive, which I consider to be a good trait for utility rate analysts. Because you do have to keep a lot of things in mind all at the same time. Because there is interplay between needs and rates and fixes of needs and rates and grants and loans and rates and everything and rates and rates and everything. There are many, many things that affect rates, and rates affect many things. And that's what utility rate analysis is about. It's about figuring out what causes things to happen with something else, and if that has something to do with rates and finances, you need to figure out where the rates need to be to make the good outcome happen. So a little bit about me. I used to be a grant and loan administrator for the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. You have a couple of agencies, actually you have 3 or 4 agencies that do grants and loans for systems like you all that need to do improvements, expansion, or whatever. I used to administer state revolving clean water, state revolving fund loans, and I also administered state grants. That got me started down the path to becoming a utility rate analyst. Because in the program, we had to have someone to determine whether the rates that an applicant was either had or was going to adopt as they tried to pull down our grants or loans. We needed to make sure that those rates were, first of all, adequate to repay us, because we didn't want to turn one of our SRF loans into a grant. That doesn't look good. We wanted to make sure it stayed a loan. So we wanted to make sure that they were going to be able to pay. So we needed to make sure that the rates were high enough. We also had some rate structure requirements, basically to make sure that they were fairly structured. Now that part was a little more loosey-goosey. There's not as much in the original federal legislation about rate structuring that caused us to require structure in a certain way. But the basic notion we were after were cost of service or cost to serve rates. That's usually what this kind of rate structure is called. The American Water Works Association has done lots and lots of wonderful work about rates, flow capacity of meters, you name it. If it has to do with water and wastewater, they pretty well know how those things work. So my job as the administrator of rate structuring and adequacy was to make sure those 2 things were there. That got me introduced to rates. Now, I don't know that it was, I was assigned that because I was some whiz-bang at rate setting. I was actually the new guy in the program, but I think the old hands in the program had figured out they really didn't like dealing with rates. That's one thing that you did not get a whole lot of appreciation from a grant or a loan recipient or their ratepayers. You got a whole lot of appreciation for giving them money. You didn't get a lot of appreciation for showing them and requiring them to set rates in a certain way to be able to repay the loan or to qualify for the grant. So I think basically I became the rate officer for the program within about 4 months after I started there, because I didn't know any better. You know, they just laid it on me and I just had to learn how to do it. But as it turned out, I really loved doing rate analysis. And it also turned out that I loved doing rate analysis more than what the state wanted me to do rate analysis. So eventually I left the state. 2005, I left state employment to do rate analysis and rate setting assistance work as a private consultant. So then I could come and help you all or one of my many other clients to deal with and solve the problems that they had, rather than just solve the, are they going to have their rates high enough so they can repay our loan problem? I really like helping folks like you all to get squared away with the system, with the rates, and with rate structure fairness, so you can head down the road to success on your terms, rather than just things that have to do with compliance of a state regulation or a federal regulation or something like that. So that's how I got started. I've been doing rate analysis since 2005 as a consultant, and I tell folks almost everywhere that I go, almost every context, Mark has heard this before, I worked for the state of Missouri for 14 years. I enjoyed almost every hour of almost every day, and I haven't missed it a day since. And I really have not missed it a day since, because I get to do what I really love to do, helping folks that I really like to help as thoroughly as they want me to help them. So that is just such a satisfying thing to be able to do. Now we're back to the rate analysis and the rate setting, which almost always means somebody's rates are going up, their bill is going up. That part is no fun. I feel for folks who have to face their bills going up. Hey, it happens to me too, I'm a ratepayer. But the reality is, anything that a human being builds will decay and eventually cease to function right. And if you give it enough time, almost everything that we create will totally disappear. So if we want to have utility service serve us well, we have to make sure we build good stuff. We have to make sure that we take care of it in an appropriate way. We have to make sure that we have the right people taking care of it. We have to track what it is that we're doing so that we know that we are taking good care of it. And also, we got to pay the freight for taking care of it. Now, you all had what I consider to be a crisis. You had your source water system go down. I've had 346 paying clients. I've had lots and lots of other people who I've just helped on the phone. I do not recall being involved in another situation where the source water system went down. Now, I've had lots of other clients that, had a circulating filter, they had some component of the system go down, and they usually have redundancy. You got multiple pumps, motors, and lots of other things. They have something go down, they got another one, they switch that one on, they fix the other one, there's no interruption in service. But you all went through a really big interruption, and I think you're still in a pretty big interruption. And there's really only one way to solve that. You got to get source water working right again. Unfortunately, it's going to cost a boatload of money to be able to do that. There is no way around your revenues needing to go up a lot. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to charge rates that are fairly structured. You could have unfairly structured rates, but if they're adequate, you're going to be able to make the service go. But if you are going to make the service function as it should, it's much, much better to attack the rate structure fairness issue at the same time. Now, I have a few remarks to make about the report itself, and I'm actually going to just kind of take you on a tour through the report. So I'll call out some page numbers for you to have a look at. But what I want to do even before that is Myra took several tables and charts that I have in the report. Now, the report, as I recall, is 107 pages long. I'm going to make sure of that. It's 107 pages long. Myra took the most salient parts of the report, put it on one long sheet, front and back. If you do nothing else, in review of my report, if you will review that carefully, that's going to give you the essence of where the rate analysis and where the rates that I recommend would take you to. So that report is a real good summary. But there's 107 pages, actually some more, that some don't show up here, but there's 107 pages of background to that page. So I want to take you on a little bit of a tour of that. First of all, source water in a water system, that's your most critical component. You've got to have water if you're going to provide water service. So that one has to be fixed. Now, I'm not an engineer. I do not know if you have a good, economical, practical alternative to the spring water source. My guess is no. My guess is that's your best good water source option. Now, that does not necessarily mean that you shouldn't pursue other options. For one thing, some years ago, I understand Rawlins built a pretreatment system for river water so that you'd be able to pre-treat water, get the turbidity down, so you can run through your regular treatment plant and make drinking water out of it. I suspect that you will, in your current build out or development of the Rawlins area, I suspect that your spring water and your well water will be enough water supply to be able to supply all of your needs right now, probably some future needs. It may be sometime into the future before you might need the extra volume of the pretreatment, the river water system. But in utility service, there's a whole lot of value to duplicate systems. Engineers talk about this sort of thing all the time. It's really great in a pump well to, instead of having one pump, you got two pumps, you got two motors, you got two of things. So if one goes down, you can switch to the other. If you need to do maintenance on one, you can shut it off, run the other, do the maintenance, swap back and forth. Oh, okay. I thought you might need me to
I'm just
aim
checking your
at the
mic.
mic better or something.
Nope. It's on.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
When it comes to source water, lots of systems don't have a whole lot of options. Now, if they're on well water, in Missouri, half of our state is on well water. Fortunately, in Missouri, where there is good well water, you can drop a well just about anywhere and you're going to get lots of water. So we have redundancy in that we have a lot of water down under the ground. You all have well water. I don't think you have a lot of it, but you have well water, you have the spring water. If you can add the river water, pre-treated water, then that gives you a third option. Then in the future, you don't need to be fretting about the spring water system going down. I'd suggest that you do lots and lots of really good maintenance on the new system after it's up and running too, though. But source water, critical. It's going to cost a lot of money. I've modeled that you will borrow all of that money to be able to pay for the big one, the source water fix, but then you have a bunch of lines, some distribution lines and such in town that have problems. Probably most of them are pretty old. Age causes problems with pipe systems too. I suspect that you have a lot of lines that need to be replaced. Replacement at some point becomes the cheaper option as compared to fixing. Your superintendent talked about putting on one clamp, putting on another clamp, and then another, leak sprung in that one section of the pipe, and he said, the heck, we're just gonna cut it out and put in a new section. At some point, doing all of that work and having leaks and having water outage and things like that, that becomes not the best alternative. At some point, the best alternative is just to replace the whole line. You have some of those, but the spring water system is the real big hit. Now, the spring water system is really old. I'm actually really amazed, and it's pretty cool that some of it, actually about 2 miles of it, was built out of wood, and I guess a little bit of banding and some creosote or something. But it held up for a long, long time, but then eventually it did fail. As I said, all things fail. So it does need to be replaced now. I don't know, maybe it could have been forestalled had you been able to figure that out earlier, but it is what it is. It's failed, it needs to be replaced. That's going to drive your overall operating costs up to the tune of about 50% just to pay that debt service. So you're going from basically paying for what you need to do right now to being 50% behind once the debt service kicks in. It's not hard to figure out what that does to rates. The rates are just now paying for current costs. Actually, my analysis showed that they were about 5% or so short of paying full cost. You were running behind on other things too. But that's pretty close in my world. 5% rate increase, I hesitate to do one that small because I have a hard time believing that a system is that close to paying full cost. You were pretty darn close. But the spring water system and then these lines, they popped up to jump your annual budget up by about 50%. That's going to jump your revenue need up by about 50%. Of course, that's going to jump your average rates up by about 50%. But because of rate restructuring, not all bills will change the same. We'll get to that pretty soon. Another thing, which we all know, but we as human beings don't always like to deal with this reality. If you are investing money, the sooner you begin investing, the more you have in the nest egg when you're to the end of that investment time, retirement in that case. The flip side is, if you have a need, the longer you put the need off because you don't want to pay for the need, the more the need will end up costing you to satisfy. Inflation marches on. So inflation eats up the value of the money that you would put in to satisfy the need. So this system worked a long time, but you weren't setting aside money to replace it or anything. So when it finally came due, it finally kicked the bucket. Now the need is very great. The cost to replace this thing, this system, is going to be much higher now than it would have been 10 or 15 years ago. And if you would have caught it just at the right time, it would have been a whole lot cheaper. But the need is great. My analysis takes all these kinds of things into account. So I look at the time value of money, both positive and negative, and I look at the structure of the rates that you would need to be able to pay costs and do it fairly. So that leads me back to cost of service or cost to serve rates. It's just kind of shorthand for if a ratepayer causes you a cost, by all rights, in fairness, they should reimburse you for that cost. The cost of capacity to serve is a cost which we usually overlook. We don't really think about capacity. Rawlins has tens of millions of dollars worth of water, sewer, and other utility systems in the ground and on the ground. Once it gets invested, we real commonly just kind of overlook the cost or the value of the stuff that's in the ground. But again, it's aging. Environmental things are happening to make it wear out. It eventually will need to be replaced. And we need to keep up with what depreciation wear out that we reasonably can. To do all those things takes money. We human beings prefer to not invest money now, and instead we prefer to spend money now. But we like to buy stuff, but we don't like to invest. And that's just the nature of human beings. We have to overcome it a little bit to make sure we're going to set aside some retirement, but that's just the nature of the way we operate. That's us personally, that's us ratepayers. Governments do that too. You could go all the way from Rawlins all the way up to the top of the federal government, but we all do that sort of thing. We try to get stuff now and pay for it later. But eventually we do have to pay for it. And eventually has come to Rawlins with this system. I want to take you to a few things which will illustrate for you what would happen were you to adopt the rates that I've recommended. First of all, I want you to go to page 18 in the narrative report. This is a section where I discuss rate affordability. Right now, and I need to give you a little definition. The affordability index is the percent of the median household income. Think of it as the average, but mathematically it's a little different. But the average regular people household income, divide their monthly water bill by their monthly income, so divide that annual by 12, and you come up with their affordability index. So the affordability index is how much of their income they spend to pay for water. In Rawlins right now at your current rates, and at what the Census Bureau says is your median household income, the affordability index of your current water rates for a 5,000 gallon residential customer, that's the standard that we use, is 0.51%. A basis point over 0.5%. So they spend 0.5% of their income to pay their water bill. Not every household pays 0.5%. Some make more money, some use more water. It just depends for each individual household. It just depends on what they make and what they use. But the standard for the affordability index for Rawlins, for its current rates, is 0.51%. If you were to adopt the rates that I'm recommending you adopt, that affordability index would go up to 0.79%. So it'd go up 21 basis points, or about 1/5 of a percentage point. That's a big increase on an affordability basis. In reality, it's not a whole bunch of money. It's $20-some, I think. In reality, it's not a whole bunch of money, but on an affordability basis, Yeah, it's a big increase. To give you one other indicator, the national average affordability index is thought to be, I don't think we have statistics on this. I've looked for it like crazy. I've never found the statistic on it. But it's thought by practitioners, people like me, to be about 1%. So at your current affordability index, your rates are about half as expensive as the national average. Under these rates, they'd be about 80% as affordable, or 20% more affordable than the national average. And that's after you raise your rates on average by 50%. That's, in my world, that's pretty remarkable. I just don't see that. What I usually see when an improvement of that magnitude is needed, I usually see the affordability index go from about 1, most of them are starting somewhere in the vicinity of the average, and it'll go up to 1.5 or 2. Most of the time, they will end up paying about 0.5 percentage point or maybe double what the national average is. So I'm really glad for you guys on that basis. Now, there are going to be ratepayers who look at their bill going up by, if they're thinking in this way, 20-some basis points in affordability, much less affordable on that basis. They'll focus on that. But the reality is, you all of you being water consumers of Rawlins, you are getting the second most critical life-sustaining thing that we need. And right now you're spending 1/2 of your income on average to get it, and you would spend 0.79 basis points to be able to get it. So you're going to have 0.2 or so basis points of affordability that you won't be able to spend on something else. Or you'll need to work another hour a week or something like that to make the extra income to pay for the extra cost of the life-sustaining stuff that comes through pipes and things like what's up here. Or once they're replaced, through pipes and things that are just a whole lot better than the ones that are up there and will carry you for a long time. That's the narrative on affordability. And I want to take you also to a table, and we'll get it up here on the screen in a minute. It's going to be table 17 on page 89. This is a table where I summarize some financial indicators. Some of it, there you go. And if you could zoom up, the other way. Zoom up, maybe one more. We don't have to see the whole table. There you go. So this table.
I was going to try to do that.
Okay, we'll try to get a better one. Okay. So this table, I put together some financial indicators. Some have to do with rate affordability. So they go to the effect on ratepayers of the new rates. You can see that, and actually I told you the wrong one. That's the no, let's look at this one before, and then I'll go back to the one that I really, well, go ahead and stay there. And then I'll go back to the one of the recommended rates. These are not the recommended rates. These are the rates of another model that I did, which is, I call it the no CIP model. Somehow you're going to magically not have to do the fixes to all of these pipes and various other things. You're just going to be able to book on as if there was no failure at all, and pay only the rates that it would take to pay for the expenses that you currently have. Now, the affordability index, right now, that first column right underneath of the title, Table 17, is 0.51%. That's that 51 basis points that you have to spend of your income to pay the water bill. After adjusting rates, to be able to pay that extra about 5% that I ended up calculating you need to boost your rates by to be fully funded, the affordability index would go up to 0.53. It'd go up 2 basis points to get up to fully funded. And you can see that it's going to stay about at 0.53 for the rest of the years. So it's going to be very level. It's just not going to change very much. Basically because my assumption about inflation is that inflation in water and sewer will average about 4% over the next 10 years. As you know, it's a whole lot more right now than 4%. But it'll average 4% over the next 10 years. And the Census Bureau shows that your median household income is rising at 4-point-something%. It's going to basically cancel out the increase in the bill for getting water service. That's if you had no capital improvement needs. We all know that's not the situation, but it helps you to see the effect of the capital improvements that are needed. Now let's skip back to the one, it's going to be before this one. Okay, page 70. Page 70 is this same table, except it's for what I call the recommended rates model, or just the model. There you go, and zoom up a little. This one, you see that it, again, starts at 0.51, the current rates. It goes to 0.79%, and again, it's staying very level because incomes are going to grow at the same rate that I figured inflation would grow. That 0.79 is up into the vicinity or a little bit less than what I usually see for the affordability index for a place your size, and that's when they don't have to spend 50% more money to be able to solve a huge problem like this. So that's why I say I'm really encouraged about how well your rates would turn out for you all. Now, you and maybe your ratepayers not too encouraged about that because they're just going to see their bill go up. But once this gets fixed, they're going to be able to see the water keep on flowing rather than have big interruptions. That makes life a whole lot nicer. Makes business a lot easier to do too. Now I've got some other indicators down below. The last one though, the very last line is what I will mention just in passing. Right now you have now this is all reserves that could be attributable to the water system. So that's debt coverage reserve and everything. It's about 2.9 million, which is a little high for a system your size. And I've calculated rates that would gradually eat away at that reserve down to the level of right at $2 million. About $2 million is a good level for a system your size. It's basically based on the size of your budget, the dollar amount of your capital improvements and debt service and things like that. So it'll take you down to about $2 million in total reserve. So it's not like the council would pass an ordinance to raise everybody's rates in the neighborhood of 50%, and then suddenly you're going to start banking money like crazy. That's not what will happen. Even with the rate increase to pay that extra debt service and some other costs, you're not going to fully pay all costs, but you have enough reserves right now that you can whittle the reserves down over time and pay part of those costs to arrive at the appropriate reserve level and the appropriate level of rates. One last thing I want to show you, and that is chart 8, which is on page 81. I have several line graphs, 8 line graphs that depict different things. They depict mostly things that are in that table 17, financial indicators. Several of them have to do with rate affordability. So charts 3 and 4, as I recall, are rate affordability. But chart 8 is what I consider to be the master chart. So scroll down just a little bit and you'll see chart 8. Chart 8 is the sum of total reserves. Remember, I told you you're about 2.9 million in total available reserves for this sort of a function. The blue line represents the trend in reserves at the recommended rates. So you can see it'll very gradually go down a little bit and it'll pretty well level out in the last 2 or 3 years. The red line represents if you did not adjust rates. You'd be in the hole by about $20 million. Now, of course, you're not going to do that. I'm pretty sure that Rawlins can't afford to do that. So you will do something to solve that lack of revenue to build and maintain reserves problem. You could do something else. You could raise property taxes or sales tax. You could do something to generate revenue. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be a fair way to pay for water service. Water user charge fees and system development fees are the fair way to do that. But you could do something else. You wouldn't go to the tune of 20 million in debt for the water system. But I point this one out. The water system can and it should pay for itself. And it'll be financially strong through this whole time period. But if changes are not made very soon, then you start down that red line path to negative reserves. Okay, do I have some questions from the council?
Councilman Durst.
Okay.
Well, my first question, so let's say that, whatever, we implement your rates tomorrow, right? At what point in time does all of this have to be reevaluated? I mean, you go out 10 years, right? Is that assuming any extra rate increases that may need to come? Or, I mean, at what point in time do you reevaluate to see if this is still current and valid based on everything going on versus a raise or a lower or something?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, first of all, I assumed that you would do an initial adjustment, and that's the set of rates, tables A and B in the report. Table A is the important one. That's the in-town rates. You don't have very many customers out of town, so it's only a few affected by that one. But table A shows you the user charge rates and the system development fees, tap-on fees basically, that I recommend. Those come out of the modeling. The modeling included the assumption that you would match in some sort of rate increase, probably across the board inflationary increases. You would match inflation in the water budget each year with an inflationary rate increase. So if the water budget next year needs to be 4% higher, you'd raise all minimum charges, the unit charge, probably system development fees too, at least if it looked like you were going to get very much growth. You don't have much growth, so it doesn't really make too much difference there. But raise the user charge fees 4% to match inflation. Now, inflation right now in water and sewer, I've been talking with lots of my clients and some other folks, and some of them are looking at budgets that are going to be 10% more just for operating. And if they're doing capital improvements, oh my gosh, some of them have told me they scoped a project, the engineer estimated costs, and then they bid it out and it's 25% more. So because of the hopefully limited time period we're in, we're having inflation like mad in some sectors. In some places in water and sewer construction, it's really, really hot. So, and you're looking at 20 million for this one part of the system. So if your contractor environment here was bad, it could be really tough to pay for that thing that we've got estimated right now at 20 million. If it were to turn out bad like that, then rates would need to go up more than the 4% that I assumed, but the overall assumption in my recommendation is you match inflation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there was one other issue that I did want to cover, and your city manager just reminded me of it. I'm glad he's here right next to me to keep me on track. The Glen Addition is a little bit of a special situation. You have several dozen properties in the Glen Addition. There's one meter, and then from that meter, the water fans out to all the properties, so they all get some water. Right now, you don't charge them a minimum charge. Right now, you just charge them a unit charge based on the total flow each month through that meter divided by the number of properties. So you bill everybody the average use. That's kind of an okay way to do it in a situation like that, but you shouldn't have a situation like that because you have some properties in the Glen Addition who probably only use a half or a third of the average, but they're paying the bill just as high as the highest volume user in Glen Addition. So it's not a fair way to bill customers. My recommendation is that you install individual property meters, just like every other house and business in town. You meter each one of those properties, and then you bill each customer the minimum charge based on that meter size, plus a unit charge times however many thousand gallons they use. That way, the property they only uses 1,000 gallons a month, they buy 1,000 gallons. Right now, the average that I have calculated is 6,300 and some gallons per property per month. That 1,000 gallon customer, they're paying for 5,000 gallons that they didn't use. So under a metered unit charge system, they'll pay for their 1,000. Somebody using 20, they'll pay for their 20. And if somebody's using 20 and they decide they cut back a little bit, they can cut back a little bit and pay for less. But whatever a customer uses, they pay for. In other words, they become like any other customer in town. That's the fair way to structure rates in their situation, just like everybody else. Okay, any other questions or thoughts?
Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm off on the Glen Edition. I thought they were charged a base rate and no usage fee. If I'm correct, that's the way it is. They're not charged for any usage. They're just charging a base rate per customer, per person signed up. They have one master meter, 50 corrals, say, 50 customers is charged a base rate and no usage fee over the allotted amount or whatever.
That's currently how it is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Wrong either way.
Vice Mayor Wells?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
either
think-
way, it's not fair.
Sean, I think it would be good for the audience and then Facebook audience if we discussed what an enterprise fund was, so that people know why it's different than our general fund.
Okay,
Yeah.
you want to take it or me?
Go
All
ahead.
right.
You're doing great.
Enterprise fund. Enterprise fund is a legal term, and what it means is whatever that function costs, it needs to pay its own way. It can't be subsidized by some other fund source. Now, there are situations where you need to temporarily lend to a fund or that sort of thing, get them over a hump. But over the long term, an enterprise fund must pay its own way, and an enterprise fund should not pay the way of something else. So enterprise fund revenues need to stay in the enterprise rather than go somewhere else or import money from elsewhere. And like I said, there can be a little bit of slack when you just run short and you got to make sure the lights stay on or the water keeps flowing. You borrow from the general fund or some other fund, or truthfully you can borrow from a bank and do the same sort of thing, but you borrow to cover a lean time, but in the better time, and if the better time doesn't come, then you raise rates to make it better, then you raise enough revenue to pay its way. Now, there are lots of other aspects to enterprise funds, but that's kind of the money and the rate side.
I just think it's important.
I have always been under the impression that you can put money into an enterprise fund, like if you want a better whatever, a water system, you can put money into it as we're doing, but you cannot raise the water rates to the point where you're making extra money so you can go down the block and build a park. So I believe we have the ability to put money into that fund. We just don't have ability to overcharge for that, take that money and do something other than spend it on that enterprise. Am I correct or not?
That's a pretty good description of it. The council has the authority to authorize taking money from one place and putting it in another place. You all have the authority to do that. You might get voted out of office if you do that sort of thing, but you have the authority to do that sort of thing. The manager of the enterprise fund, along with the manager of another fund, they do not have the authority themselves to transfer money.
No, I don't think the city council has the authority to take money from an enterprise fund and like the water fund and spend it on a park. We don't have that authority, whether we got voted out or not. We would get voted to be inmates probably or something.
Yeah, and that's the second part, and you're right about that one. The enterprise fund is not allowed to spend enterprise money to do something else, do
Correct.
improvements at the park.
But I think we
things.
still have the privilege to put money into that, from the general fund into the enterprise fund. But once it's in there, it has to be spent on that enterprise fund.
Yes, and the most common example I can think of where that first instance you're talking about happens is when a city usually passes general obligation bonds to do water system improvements and sewer improvements and build a new pool at the city park and whatever. The city authorizes that bond issue, is voted on, so the voters say, yeah, we want to obligate ourselves to spend this money to do these things on this list, and then the money can be given to or otherwise spent to improve the water system. I think that's the most common way I see that kind of funding happen, but you all can put money in, you just can't take it out.
Yeah, Councilman Smith.
Yeah, I have two questions, Carl. In going back to the $20 million, I think I read all the way through your tables and everything, and after I got done, I'm going, wow. So my question to you, somewhere in those figures, I found a $25 million bottom line. And part of that, I think, addressed some of the distribution lines in town that are, well, obviously have a problem.
Right.
Your figures are based on $20 million for replacement of the Sage Creek line. We have an opportunity, and I know that you are briefed on this. we have an opportunity to pick up $7.5 million in ARPA funds, but we have to raise rates. You figured all of these on $20 million. So if we are successful in getting 2 different grants that bring that down to 12 million instead of 20 million, should we be charging your full amount that you recommend, number one? And then,
That's all in Table 5,
yeah,
which, why don't you put it up on the screen? It starts on page 54. So Table 5, starting on page 54, the 20 million, it's because of inflation, and I've calculated it to be a little bit more, 20,800,000. That's just for the supply, the source water system. And then there's some other things that year, some other things in later years, all the way out to the 10th year. So like you were saying, I assumed, we'll call it 20 million for the source water system, but I also assumed all of these other capital improvements that are on this list. So the rates that I calculated are calculated to pay for all of these things, not just the 20 million. So back to the ARPA funding, ARPA says, first you adjust rates and then we'll give you some money. Yeah, you got to adjust your rates to be able to get that money. And if, for some reason, ARPA says, well, your need is so great, we're going to give you more money, then you say, great, here's our bank account, deposit the money.
but my question, Carl, was if we are that, we know we have to do something, because we have to do something to get the money that we've already applied for. We have promised that to the State Land Investment Board. So we have to look, we're in this little box, but here's the sequence of all our monies are coming in after we're being asked to raise these rates. So here I have to divide this into 2 things. What rate can we provide and pass that would be acceptable to making sure that we have that $500,000 more for the treatment plant costs that we're going to be incurring in the future? And when can we decide on how much our debt service is going to be, and how much out of that 20 million we're not going to have a USDA loan for? I know under USDA we have to prove to them that we have the capability of repaying that USDA loan. So I've got 2 things I'm thinking of here and how we make those meet. If we come back next meeting and pass, what is it, $30 or whatever it is for just the standard fee.
Yeah, the minimum charge.
That'll take care of the 20 million, but why should we do that if we don't know that we're only going to have $12 million we have to repay? That's that question, and then I have another question about sinking funds.
Okay. The grant and loan agencies consider themselves the alpha dog. Most of us know what the alpha dog, beta dog paradigm is. The alpha dog is the head dog, the alpha dog is the boss, the alpha dog is the tough one, the beta dog is the subservient one, the one that has to say, okay, who do you want me to bite or whatever. So the grant and loan agencies, they are alpha, you all are beta. Now you might figure you're really alpha, but you're going to have to do a good show of being beta to be able to convince them, yes, indeed, you are going to do what they require that you do. If they say you must set your rates at this level or wherever it is to be able to qualify for this, let's just call it $8 million in grant, then you set your rate there or higher, and you prove to them, yes, indeed, you're a good actor, so then you get given the $8 million. If it turns out that that rate later on is more than what you need to be able to cash flow the system later on, then you don't necessarily need to raise rates by that 4% or match inflation.
Annually? You're
Yeah,
talking annually?
annually.
Okay.
And to give you a sense of scale, your rates initially need to go up by around 50%. If your rates only needed to go up by, we'll call it 30%, to be able to fully fund the system, but you've already raised them by 50, that's a difference of 20%. 4% per year for 5 years in round numbers is 20%. You could forego inflationary increases for 5 years and then get back on a level playing field. Income matching the need of expenses.
Carl, is it better to set the rate at your recommended figure, and then if we are as successful as I hope that we will be, then to lower those rates? Or, I mean, we're looking at two separate actions, I think, or one, and then we have to come back and adjust it later. Isn't that confusing to the public?
I almost never recommend a rate reduction. About the only time that I end up recommending a reduction, because I almost never run into the situation where a publicly owned utility is banking too much money. It just doesn't happen. So I almost never run into that situation. The rare times when I do, it's a case where the water rates were way too high, the sewer rates were way too low. On average, they were doing pretty good. But I recommend they raise their sewer rates to where they need to be, and then they can lower the water rates a little bit maybe. But be careful about doing that sort of thing. I'm seeing in front of us here the need for replacing lots of lines. Maybe instead of borrowing that money 5-10 years from now to replace lines, maybe you start replacing some lines with cash.
Of these needs, and then we end up getting grants that pay for half of them. That doesn't feel right to me.
That would be a really big difference, yes indeed.
That's what I'm
Councilman
saying.
Durst?
So I'd actually argue that that'd be better, because then, just as you said, your rates are already set where they need to be, so now you're solvent. So then when you have your annual inspection, instead of raising it 4%, like you said, so for 5, 6, maybe 7 or 8 years, you don't have to raise it again. But fundamentally, you've already raised it to the point where it's sustainable. Otherwise, you do a little bit now, oh, well, that didn't work. Well, let's add a little bit more. Well, that's not good. I mean,
Well, that's like
better
agreeing to a car payment before you've actually got done finding out what your trade-in is. You look at the sticker price, you make the payment, but you find out half of that sticker price is exactly half of that because you're trading.
well, but okay, so you have how many on 6 penny taxes? Are you telling me that we can't find that many other roads to just slide into that repair schedule instead?
With water money? No.
Well, it's talking about the long-term replacement of water lines.
Well, I realize that, but I also that the city governments in general, regardless of how much money they have, they learn to spend it right away.
Well, then that's our failure.
Could I ask about sinking funds?
Okay, who's first? Councilman Weisenberg, we'll go with you.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your chart. This one here is current rates
Okay.
at $14 minimum charge. It's all the way down through your 10-inch line to on turbine meters and everything else to all the way down to 3/8 ultimately, correct? Of what we currently charge is $14. You're asking for a 50% increase, which 50% is $7, but over here on monthly minimum charge, don't match up to 50%. It comes out to 1.5 times at what the current rate is recommended. So it goes to $29.48 instead of $21. Okay, so that's one thing there. And is the 48 cents, is that is just the per 1,000 gallons over? And is that based on historical knowledge of previous years where we were not under restriction, of how much more revenue would be made or what a customer would make? Because I just figured out, like, okay, 10,000 gallons, right? If you spent 10,000 gallons watering a beautiful lawn, when you get it back, then you're paying $48 more on top of your $300 bill that you're already paying. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know about that last part, but back to the minimum charge, the $29.48, yes, it is more than a 50% increase, but we're also restructuring to bring the structure in line with the structure of costs. Your fixed costs are higher than what your minimum charge is currently paying for. At $14, you're only paying for about half of your fixed costs. So the minimum charge needs to go up more. The unit charge needs to go up less, 48 cents as compared to $3. 48 cents divided by $3 is not 50%. So that is why one goes up a lot, the other goes up less, but it averages 50%. So that's the first, about half of your question.
But if you're saying it's gonna go up by 50%, it's it's going up by 120 or 30%.
100, right around 100.
It's going to double.
Right, which is
14 going to 29 is
50%,
doubling.
It's 100%.
Yeah, it's 100% increase.
So when you say it's gonna go up by 50%, it's confusing.
Yes.
Because it's
truthfully,
not, it's going up
that's why
by
I don't-
130%.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like to use the overall percentage any more than necessary, just to give you a sense of scale. The better way to describe it is your revenues need to go up 50%. The minimum charge for a small meter customer needs to double. The unit charge needs to go up by about 1/6. And overall, you arrive at a 50% increase in revenue. But it's not truthfully a 50% rate increase, because we're talking about bills and revenue, not minimum and unit charges.
So currently, we don't charge any difference for a bigger tap, okay? Ultimately,
Right.
essentially, that's what we're talking about here. So
Yes.
your rate increase shows to charge per different size of taps,
Correct.
which we don't currently do.
Yeah, you don't do that right now, and what that means, I'll give you an example. A 4-inch meter has 25 times more capacity to sustainably pass and meter flow than a 5/8 meter. Right now, you're charging the same minimum to a 4-inch meter as what you do to a small, it's a residential size meter. So everybody is paying the same $14. But the cost of capacity, the cost of building and replacing this stuff is greater for the 4-inch meter, because they can draw much more volume than what the 5/8 meter. It's just a little bitty pinhole. So that is the difference in capacity cost. Now, it doesn't mean that a 4-inch meter's minimum charge will be 25 times greater than a 5/8 meter. It only means that the surcharge for capacity cost will be 25 times greater. So you add those 25 shares of capacity to the base minimum, the cost that every customer, regardless of meter size, causes you to incur. The easy one is billing. Costs the same to bill a 4-inch meter as it does a 5/8 as a 12. It doesn't matter, it all goes through the billing program, the data and everything gets crunched the same way. Math is the same, the stamp put on the postcard is the same. It's all the same. So billing costs and lots of other, we call them fixed costs. They're not really fixed, but we call them fixed costs. Those are equally shareable by everybody. Capacity costs, though, occur based on the ability of each meter size to draw flow. So that's the difference. The rest is the same. So to show that then, a 4-inch meter and just a singlet meter, the minimum charge for that one would be $85 and change compared to $30. So it's about $50 more. That's not 25 times more than a 5/8 inch or a 3/4 inch meter. It's only about 2.5 times more. But it recovers the cost of capacity for that bigger meter.
Councilman Martinez?
My question, going back to the Glen Edition, in replacing those meters at the Glen Edition, is that included in this increase, this 29?
The cost of putting in the meters?
Yeah, that's it?
I do not have the cost of the meters unless it was hidden in some cost category, no.
That's what I'm saying. What the folks down there were saying was they already had meters way back 15, 20 years, further
Oh,
than
really?
that, maybe 30 years, they had meters, and then they started breaking on them, so we took them out. And then we went to just a single meter. So by increasing the water to 29, is that included replacing those meters? Is that, no?
No, that cost is not included.
That's a separate, okay. That's gonna be a separate thing, okay.
For those of you out there holding up your hand, I'll just save you the, number one, we don't have time, and we're not gonna take comment from anybody but the council and whatnot. And I don't mean to be rude about that, but we're just in a time crunch.
Okay.
Sean?
One factor to take into consideration at the SLIB board, Andrea let me know that there's 200 applicants that are applying for that money. So that's an important factor to, there's some risk and probably a pretty good chance that we may not be able to get as much money as we want, knowing that there's 200. And if I can put Don Burkhardt on the spot, you recently visited with SLIB. Would you mind telling the council what you learned from them?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Is this fine from here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Recently, the governor's office called me to ask me to make sure that all the applications for the ARPA money had gone in on time and everything, which I assured them that did, and Andrea made sure that it did, which is great. The available ARPA money is grossly oversubscribed, and the bottom line is the governor's office asked if there would be a rate increase. No discussion of how much that should be, but they said that would be the last box to check in order to give us the best possible hearing for the request for the $7.5 million. So I just wanted to relay that discussion to the council so that you have that information.
Thank you. And Representative Burkhardt, I had two conversations with the governor, one in town here and one out at the ribbon cutting at Medicine Bow. Both times he explained to me that SLIB always asked for us to do a rate increase. And he mentioned that we should very strongly consider a substantial rate increase, and that he would work to move Rawlins to the top because he knew our needs were great. And I expressed to him that this is just something we cannot do on our own. So, I've shared that, and I mean, everybody that lives in Rawlins knows we're going to have to do a rate increase, and it can't be real small, but we're just struggling with, the right amount. And And also, there's two factors. One is we're gonna have to have a substantial rate increase to make SLIB favorable towards us. And the other thing is we've applied for a CBDG grant that we will or a loan that we will have to service. And so we're gonna have to take into consideration what that rate, so that we have enough of a rate increase to service that indebtedness also. So, thank you for your work on that, and we appreciate it.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll continue to do that with the governor and his staff on those. I just wanted to relay the conversation so that the council had all of that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative.
Close to the end.
Could I ask my question about sinking funds?
Oh, absolutely, Councilman Smith.
Carl, I wanted to talk about,
Okay.
I want to talk about sinking funds. In the past, nothing was put aside to meet future needs, except it was addressed in the budget. And the budget was only as we knew what we needed to do and that kind of thing. But sinking funds have to be separated out of the enterprise funds, I think, and put over into a different fund. We tried this with 2 other projects in the back, in my tenure with the city of Rawlins. And one of them was the rec center when we put aside all this money, but because of the way it was handled, we did not have $800,000 when we needed that money to build that rec center. It happened to us with a landfill. And when I came on council, instead of raising rates and things, we went and talked to DEQ, got them back online, and they worked with us. We got a grant and a loan, and we did not have to raise the landfill rates, and we're working fine on landfill right now. But my problem is, I have a fear, and as you go through change of administrations, change of councils, 10 years down the line, is that money really going to be there when you need it? And I think I read in your report that there's only going to be about 2 million something left anyway. After over 10 years, you only take so much out and put it in that sinking fund, and it's not going to be the $20 million to repay everything. That's why you can't save the money coming out of enterprise funds and have enough in the end. You have to go out and get this external money to make sure that your projects are going to work. And this is such a crisis, and we absolutely need to move this along. But I just want to make sure our sinking fund isn't getting wiped out in future years over misunderstandings or lack of information, lack of historical people being there. So that's my fear about that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure that's a strong fear of ratepayers, citizens, regular folks. If I pay my money into the utility and they build up a big reserve, is somebody going to steal a bunch of it and move off to the Bahamas or something like that?
Or use it on something else.
Or do something else with the money. Of course, that's why we have elected councils and mayors and such. We can at least throw you out once we figure out you're doing the wrong thing. The wrong thing may get done, but we can throw you out. But it does require that the council, the mayor, staff, all are looking to do the right thing for their citizens and their ratepayers. And it also requires that the ratepayers, citizens, voters keep close watch on you guys to make sure that you're doing the right thing. Government does not just happen in one place. It's diversified. It's all over. There are lots and lots of different parts to be played. Now, granted, sometimes, one group will, I'll call it the citizens. The citizens get too busy with their own lives and they don't take close attention to you guys, and maybe you all can run amok. But they have a responsibility to keep an eye on you and make sure that you're doing what you say you are doing. And if what you are doing is satisfying their needs that they told you they need water, then it works out well. But lots of things have to happen along the way, all in concert for that to happen.
So in addition to that, Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'd like to add that there will be accountability at the federal level, as it is a loan administered by the USDA RD. So in that there are audits and a variety of other aspects to it of accountability that will keep us in line.
And I didn't want to be misunderstood that I think somebody's going to just abscond with the money. It was a way that it was commingled with other city monies and was not actually taken out of the account and set over here and earmarked. So that's what my fear is, Austin.
Yeah, and so in that too, they identify projects and they work with you, and they have an engineer that approves the plans prior to advertisement. So there's that level of accountability as well.
Right.
All right, we're getting very close to having to conclude this workshop because we're going to have a break between now and the regular meeting. Is there any last minute thoughts or questions?
I have none.
Okay, hearing none, I will, the workshop will be adjourned.
Thank you, Carl.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all. Now, if they come up with something different than what to do, you just call it into me. Tell me what the difference is. I can plug it into the wall.
This is just water, but if you own a motel, that's your base.
No, and I think
What I'm saying is that people need to know that you're paying for your water. That doesn't include, you have to still pay a tax. You gotta pay a tax. Maintenance.
those projects meet the qualifications.
Does this cover
being a
the
capital plan? They can't read
It covers
because
everything
they might say, well,
to your meter out.
consider an alternative.
From there to your house.
And that's exactly it. You gotta pay for that you're following alternatives.
It's
and
a
that
lot.
you are
It is.
pursuing the best use of those funds. And beyond that, too, we were very, Tom and I think before Tom came on, we were very conservative on the projects that were selected for capital improvements. And there were a number that were not. The need is so incredible. And with like the break on Colorado.
That one there, that one there I take, one of the older pieces.
Probably over $500,000, you know, and that is capping the project, right? You also have street repairs, if you do it correctly,
They had a shoe, the old, this is probably one of the older, but the other one had a shoe on it. That's what I had.
Everything we need. Hopefully it will help the city out. We're in a position where it's not to take care of what we need It's going to be so hard.
I can tell, treated before we got it.
And that's.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how long that works. But I must have down that line, that's where the problem is. What I can't understand is, it seems to me that putting in a new line right next to the existing one, just following that, seems like it wouldn't be that.
That's okay.
It's kind of hard to tell that because when this blew off, this is what happened to all that. That's the piece of the off the line. And all that water is just washing away what's there. You don't know what that really looks like. I know it's a lot of work.
Because my hair is down.
This is what we replaced it and it blew again.
I had a sample of that in the little rental house that I had. I glued it and it lasted 5 years, and one morning I turned the water on and the pressure just pulled it, fell apart, glue and all.
Here's some this is the surface of this. And this, you can't tell.
What would you say that?
So that blue, that split right there. And this is a small. So the difference between your water break and a leak.
You know,
This would be a leak. This would be a leak. That's a break. That's a break. It's the size of the pipe determines is it a leak or is it a break.
And then that PEX material that they use in housing now, is that, no, the PEX that they use to collapse?
Right.
So is that pretty good stuff?
The inside houses? Yes. One, it's like inside, it's not underground, it's not the elements. But like I said, this beam lays straight, this beam is straight from the main, like curb stop to the house.
Oh, yes, you kind of like the way it looks.
Like I said,
Did you eat somewhere fun?
this,
We have good food here.
vibrating in this. So, say for instance, we have an issue, we say, hey, we need to replace the line from Spruce Street to High Street. And this alley between 11 and 12 and 12 and 15.
That's what I sorry, it was kind of fast.
We have council asking for, hey,
They're just in the same.
as long as you go back there. Put the bid out, where is it getting money from? With the rates being raised, that's.
They just said they don't cover it.
No, it doesn't, it's for replacements of this. It's not one of those things that he that's adding like the replacement of it. That has to come from somewhere.
It has to come from another area.
So instead of going and getting a loan, so that is the cost of maintaining all this and doing all this stuff, that's where the cost increase is going to. Because this is what's.
No, that's the enterprise fund will not allow us to do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Just water.
Oh, seven.
From my understanding, it replaces the meter. So that's what has to be said. And for example, in all of those are going to have cast meters.
Those are out of this.
So when that all happens, obviously that line is going to be the other if something happens down there, fire suppression wise, it's not going to be good. Because there's one hydrant there on the east side of the Grand Edition. It's going to go. Yeah. And right. Firemen would like to see four other hydrants.
See, I lost the vote on that, the council voted not to do nothing about that. We appreciate it. 1 meter.
So,
my take was this, whether pay $29.50, all pay $29.50.
I'm sorry, I just remembered I had
that's not
That's right.
doing the lines. So we're not down
But the other thing, because somebody asks,
when they were done way back when, like now, that's not the right thing to do.
Yeah, my thyroid.
We will not allow that to happen.
Luckily, I have a good doctor now. Yeah, well, I put on thyroid medicine since 2018. But they
What do we need to have fire suppression? We're going to be there.
Because of all this
We're going to take
stuff I've been having.
which is fine. Then you might as well.
It's a good thing to know.
And like I said, they have 2 meter pits, and we have meter pits that go down and pull out. The way the old meter pits were, we did a lot of meters that go down. Meters up here, we had front side. So we have meters now where
That's what I was telling you.
we can pull up here like 6 feet of ground.
All they have to do is replace the state, they go out and replace the state.
That's what I was telling them.
That is the thing.
Their big issue is the cost. We have to repay.
This is
I keep reading the stories every day.
but because they have
It's crazy.
Salad.
They have been having $2
because
So you didn't ride the bike? So you let you ride the bike? And you're like, oh, I gotta go to work. Me and you are supposed to.
They're trying to get having all raises every year. Some councils.
You wanna ride the bike? Okay.
Hey, airbag. Hey, airbag.
Because it was like, you will not understand what that's like. Yeah,
Gotta do what I gotta do. That's why
You're finally like, all right, you know, I'll go ride it. You're going 20 miles an hour, as long as your feet are moving, that road is like, it's phenomenal. And it's, that is too much of the moment, this is what? And then you just fold it in half and put it in the car, and then you can take it up to the mountains and ride the mountains.
This is just a soil, the way, because we have upper soil.
Like, imagine that pipe too long, or like 36 feet
Some people just not know.
and that would be the box it was in.
That's what I'm in.
It just literally, pedals fold in half, everything is just snapped right in half. And like I said, then they have the other one that was lighter, and
Yeah.
because that one was like 65 and it's a big use. The other one was 55. So
Yeah.
We can't afford
Maybe.
Better put some on the
I'm saying,
the lightsaber.
it does, for 50 million.
That's the chocolate, I'm diabetic, so. Yeah. Yeah. Always take two. All right, we're gonna have to get started here. We're running a little bit late, and so I will call this meeting to order, and would you all please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is roll call.
Mayor Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Weisenberg.
Here.
All right, next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the September 6, 2022 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the September 6, 2022 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
No, it's not.
Waiting.
Wait for it.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes of August 16th. Councilman Martinez.
I'll make a motion to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of August 16th, 2022 as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of August 16th, 2022 as presented. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing. I will open a public hearing for the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code, Section 10.54.030, license registration display. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. And the next thing on our agenda is public comment. This is a time when we ask our citizens or allow our citizens to come up and speak to us. We do limit you to 5 minutes, and it has to be a subject that is not presently on the agenda. And I want to tell you, if you do come up and speak, sometimes we almost never engage. And the reason for that is it's something you have thought about for months on end, and then you get up and talk to us about, and we're not sleeping up here. It's just that we do want to go do our own research, and we'll probably get back with you so that we can not have to speak incorrectly off the top of our head. So is there anybody here that would like to speak during this time? Just come on up, tell us one at a time, tell us who you are, come up to the podium, state your name, and tell us what you got in mind.
Well, basically, the license registering display, would you give a brief description of what that is?
We can do that when we get to the next stage, Celia. Come on up, please.
That's all I.
I know who you are, but go to the podium if you would, Jeremiah. Sorry.
My name is Jeremiah Hafer. I own Twisted Illusion Inc., tattoo parlor here in town. And we are asking the council to look at and make regulations for tattoo and piercing in our county. We've been in business since 2019. Since then, we have worked very hard to change the stigmatism towards our profession in this town. We are was awarded in 2022 the third best tattoo parlor in Wyoming. We are also an award-winning tattoo parlor. We feel very strongly that this is something that we need to protect our community. People that are out there doing basement tattoos, they're causing infection, can cause disease. They're not trained in bloodborne pathogens, and that's how we feel. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will tell you that is being looked at,
Thank you, sir.
just so you know. Is there anybody else?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Yvonne Johnson. I'm with Carbon County Economic Development. I have an update for you on a couple of things and an announcement. I presented to you about a month ago about the Rocky Mountain Power blades, wind blades, that they wanted to donate to the county. That is not happening. And I presented to the commissioners this morning, and it was mutually agreed upon. It's a lot of work, and I need to get more information. My goal was to get all of the legwork to put up the blades at the Carbon County Fairgrounds as an in-kind. I accomplished that, but there were some changes that the Fair Board wanted to make, and so we accommodated that, and they're going from one blade. Well, I think I reported to you that we had two blades, and so we got, they wanted one, and we got the plans and everything, but I still don't have enough information. This happened so fast, as you know, the offering. So Hannah is probably going to take them both. And so Mike Armstrong was with me at the council meeting, and so I will check with Rocky Mountain Power and see if that will be doable. That does not mean that in the future that we will not have a blade here in Rawlins, but I think with better planning and understanding, I think we would be much more successful. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that. Also, just real quick, our annual meeting is coming up October 19th. It's going to be held at the Sinclair Parco Theater, and be a very casual event. It is my hope that we have some council and the mayor in attendance, and as well as some city employees. Also, let's see, October 25th, we are hosting Economic Development is going to be doing a brownfield workshop with Kansas State University / TAB, which is the Technical Assistance Brownfield. They are going to do an extensive workshop and explaining the process with blight and brownfield projects that we're going to be looking at here in Rawlins, as well as the county for future projects. I have asked Pam Thayer, Mayor Wycombe, and Andrea Hammond to join us, and they are going to be, all of us have accepted to be speakers at this event. And that's all that I have for you. My 5 minutes is probably up. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, is there anybody else? Seeing nobody, we will go on to, I gotta get my glasses here. We will go on to the next thing on our agenda, which is a fun thing. It's a presentation of a Community Builder Award. I will turn over the floor to Director Jason Sehon and his group.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. We have a few members of the volunteer committee going to join me up here. So each month, as you know, we present a Community Builder Award to different members of the community. The Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city, and for other contributions significant to Rawlins City, Rawlins quality of life. So the Community Builder Award for September, we are going to award to Tink Day. This is very exciting. And Alan Robinson's going to actually, I think, say a few things about Tink.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Tink Day is currently I don't even know how to put this, the only person I know in the city of Rawlins that has the passion and the drive to run the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony. She's done it for 20 years. 21 will be in less than a week. So I'm sure she'll plug that, okay? Tink also runs the Salvation Army for our community, does all the bell ringing, coordinating all that funding and everything goes with that in December. As far as collection of funds, those funds are allocated throughout the year as needs arise. She is also, get down here on my list, she's on the board for Wills Warriors. She's a board member with FEMA through Head Start. She's a Museum Foundation board member, a member of the CRC community, which is the Community Resource Committee, a board member for St. Christopher's Highway. In her spare time, she's retired and keeps all of us running with other projects and things. So with that, that's what I have on Tink Day. Okay. Now we can hold this way.
And you know I like how you fire. Oh, now we'll do it this way.
Can you get everybody to stand up, please? That looked really cool. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tink, for all you do. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
And Sunday is September 11th, 1 o'clock at the high school. You don't have to do the stair climb. You don't have to do the 5K. You can watch the flag raising ceremony, which is awesome. So please come.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Right back.
Oh.
Yeah, just back.
Very nice.
You can talk about it.
Very nice.
So, as you know, we've done this for several months now. We actually created a plaque to hang on the wall out here that has all the recipients, including with this Magic TV. Tink, your name's already on the list. So. We do that one over, but we're going to be here.
That's awesome.
Leaning on the wall out here.
Wherever you want.
Again, thank you, Tink, for all you have done. All right, next thing on our agenda is reports and information. We will start with DDA Main Street and Hub reports.
Hi,
Honorable Mayor, Council, I'm going to pass this on to you. It's just a package of information. You can take one, pass it on. Our next event with DDA is Art Beat. It's coming up October 7th. Uplift Artists Guild decided to disband this year, so DDA and Carbon County Visitors Center Council is hosting the event this year. We're going to have artist demonstrations, activities, and food trucks, kind of like we did last year. DDA has moved their annual fundraiser to February 11th. This will take place in lieu of Passion and Pride. We are going to call it Sweet Soiree. We're going to have cocktails, mocktails, tasty food, wine and whiskey tasting, auction items, and live entertainment, possibly some dancing. So, the hub, the Business Innovation Center, has been pretty busy. We have assisted 8 businesses. We participated in the job fair, held a Start Your Own Business class, and we're having another one of the Start Your Business class on September 15th. We also worked with Impact 307 to kick off the Carbon County Startup Challenge, which will be later this fall, giving those entrepreneurs the opportunity to start their own business. And we also worked with 2 new businesses in the downtown.
Okay.
And your envelope has information on Art Beat and Sweet Soiree.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next thing on our agenda is city manager and staff reports.
Honorable Mayor and City Council. Just want to put a plug in for our behind the scenes report. I think council's familiar with this, but since there's a lot of residents here today, I'm going to do a shameless discussion point on that. So once a month, the department heads put together information on each of their departments and what's going on more at the granular level. And that's something that goes out to businesses. You can find it on social media or website. So hopefully that's been helpful for the council this go around. We do have a few department head team updates. And let me start with Andrea, if you don't mind.
Mayor, Honorable City Council, I just wanted to let you know that I'm working on 2 community CBDG grants and community block development grants, and I found out that one of them has leftover coronavirus funding. So instead of applying for $1 million, we're going to be applying for $3,155,000 to close out phase 2 of the project and hopefully get funding paid for that. Wow. Yeah. In the process, I'm also working on the drinking water grant, and Austin's working on the USDA loan, and hopefully we'll be bringing that to your attention this fall. Do y'all have any questions for me? Okay, there was just more money.
Can you do it any faster?
Sorry.
Thank
It's
you,
a process.
Thank you, and keep up the good work. You're doing great.
Okay. Next, if we could have Austin and also Murray, if you'd like to join up. We'll turn the time over to you for some water updates.
Okay, so I just would like to go through really quickly in terms of what projects we have that we're looking at. Myra, do you happen to have
One of those things.
one of those copies? That's the one. Got it. Thank you.
And that's this one. This one back.
Yes. Okay. Okay. We'll get it back. Honorable Mayor, City Council. So, does everybody have a copy of the City of Rawlins Water Systems projects?
Yep.
Okay. So very quickly, I wanted to go through this list. Phase 1 is 95% complete. That's the 10,000 feet of wood stave pipeline that is in the Sage Creek Basin Springs area. That was approximately $2 million to complete. So we're not fully completed yet, but we have some more work to do just for ensuring that vegetation grows and things of that manner. So we're very close. In fact, I believe they took the track hoe today down from the mountain. So it's just one step at a time.
With the Sage Creek Basin Phase 2, that would be the replacement of the remaining Sage Creek Basin Springs and the Beaver Creek Springs infrastructure. That is wood stave. We need new spring boxes, collection lines, and new transmission lines from the springs in that area. We're looking at an approximate cost of $5 million for that work. That was one of the projects included in our ARPA 2 grant application. And then with that, I do believe there's a very high likelihood of a considerable remaining balance for the project to be paid for by loan. Realistically, just looking at the total number of applicants for those funds and looking at the total cost, I think that we're going to still have to support that project with a loan substantially, probably more than 80%. So then we also have the Phase 3 transmission line project. It's the rehabilitation of the transmission line from the basins to the water treatment plant. It's going to be approximately $4 million. This is to replace blow-off valves and relocate them, to replace the air release valves that are on the line, and to include cathodic protection in the system so that the line is no longer corroding under the conditions in the soils that we have. So with that, we're currently applying for a CDBG grant for $3.1 million, and it's also part of the ARPA 2 grant application. Still, that is very highly likely to have a loan as well for that project completion. So then if you go to phase number 4, SCADA, purchase and implement a new SCADA system. So with that, we are needing to replace our electronics that we use to monitor and to drive our systems, so to speak. And so with that, we are applying for a CDBG grant of approximately $1 million that will be able to help us have a more reliable system. So we've had constant issues with our SCADA system where we don't know what our flows are coming from the springs. On occasion, we'll have the system go down for days at a time where we don't know what our levels are in the tank farm. And so you're kind of flying in the blind. So it's a very critical infrastructure improvement, but it's one that cannot be ignored, is the SCADA system. Then we have so that would be a CDBG grant for $1 million as the application. Phase 5 is the iron pipeline to the city. That's actually a ductile iron line that we have in existence, we've talked about in the past. That is a transmission line from the water treatment plant to Spruce Street up on the west side of town. That is not cathodically protected, and it cannot be cathodically protected without paying almost the entire cost of the line to be replaced. So you might as well replace it with something that's better. So in that, you can see it's approximately a $2.3 million project. That is one that will most likely be paid for entirely with loans and water rate increases. Going to the tank farm, phase 6. It's interesting. The phasing's a little bit different here and there. Right now, we're looking at phases 4, 5, and 6. It's a little different than what you've seen in the past, but effectively it's the same work. In the past, it was the tank farm that was phase 5. It was the ductile iron line that was phase 4. Honestly, most of this, it does not matter as much when the work is done chronologically, except that those first few are done, and that is phases 2 and 3. Those are the most critical ones. And then with that, we have the tank farm. That would be phase 6, where we have to replace a tank that we have. They currently hold about 7.5 million gallons. To replace one of those, the total cost will be approximately $6 million. If we want to replace both tanks, you're looking at probably somewhere around $12 million. But see, these things do not include inflation in them necessarily. What was included in some of our water study or water rate analysis was for essentially one tank being replaced. But I will tell you now, the tank farm is what has saved us probably twice this year from going into a low pressure situation, because of the volume that we're able to store in that system, because we do not have a reliable water source coming to the water treatment plant. It is crucial to consider replacing both of those. And that is another place where I'm saying our capital improvement plan that was given for the water rate analysis, if we ended up going too high and we end up receiving grants, we have enough places that need the work done. We were very conservative in our capital improvement plan, originally in the budget that we presented, and also in what you're seeing in the water rate analysis. It's very, very conservative. So with that, I just wanted to provide you that assurance that there is a huge need here to get work done. So in that, we have the pretreatment plant as well as an alternative source for our irrigation needs. We're looking at the startup project being somewhere around $500,000. It's most likely going to be more. The more that we see in the pretreatment plant, the more we see of modifications that need to be done, replacements of the valves in the basins, the replacements of pumps and motors and that kind of thing, where that infrastructure needs special attention. So here it's saying up to $500,000 for the startup. It's most likely going to be somewhere of up to $800,000, where $535,000 is the original contract that we had for professional services with our consultant. And then beyond that, you're looking at that would be Y2 consultant. Beyond that, we have the infrastructure repairs and contractor work that we're going to have at the pretreatment plant as well. So going on, we have the additional project B. That's a raw water delivery line. That is the one that is the cemetery water line, normally known as cemetery water line. We're looking at approximately $3.5 million. So in that, we have so much 6-penny funding coming to the city to pay for these infrastructure repairs, but in all of the 6-penny projects that I've seen that have been identified, we have massive shortfalls. It's only covering maybe a third of the cost of each project so far that I'm seeing, up to maybe a half in some cases, just with the amount of inflation and things of that nature. So I just wanted to share with you our capital improvement needs are pretty huge and substantial compared to what we're looking at for revenues. Does anybody have any questions about the phasing?
No.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me, Councilman Martinez.
I was curious, we were working on that Washington Street line with 6-penny money. And then we talked a little bit about rerouting a line that would take us down there, and we would put it in the same ditch as we would our sewer and run it through for river water. Is that still in the make?
I think the discussion might have been one where we do improvements on Washington Street.
Yeah.
And it so happens to be the best place for the alignment of our cemetery water line. So you get 2 birds with 1 stone.
Okay. Alrighty, so we'll be using our 6-penny money on that, but you're saying that isn't still enough to cover that?
No, sir.
Okay. Because we're adding another line to it, is that
no, sir.
The reason?
It's because the funding that was requested for 6-penny is unbonded. So first of all, it doesn't account for inflation.
Okay.
At all. And then the second part is that the estimates, in my opinion, were probably too conservative early on, and looking at our current inflation, it has been devastating to our budget.
Okay.
Anybody else? Councilman Weisenberg?
What size lines are coming from the spring boxes at this point in time, and what's a projected size you're looking at running?
That's a great question.
With material.
Yeah, so what we ran on this first phase 1 project was an 18-inch line, and it's effectively open channel flow right there with more room for improvement necessarily, where we can actually go and improve more springs if we need to and put it on that line, or at least handle more spring flows with that 18-inch. what we have, this section of wood stave pipe that you see in front of you, I believe, is one that is on the Sage Creek Basin Spring side that we replaced this summer. And it's a 16-inch outer diameter pipe with a 12-inch inner diameter. And most of what you see in the Springs Basin is 12 inches or smaller. So my take is, I believe that we should go with probably a minimum of a 16 to an 18-inch line. And I don't know, Murray, if you want to speak to this about the Beaver Creek side, but I think that there's some room for potential improvements. Murray, would you like to say anything to that?
Can. If we got time.
We got time.
We got time, okay. Thank you, Mayor Wycombe and Council. So just a little background, our business has been behind the scenes helping the city with a number of water-related projects for a long time, and there was a big gap in years, but we re-entered the help phase here a couple years ago with designing this 10,000-foot piece of pipe. And in fact, I think I was here last fall when I left my wallet, which I just took out. I lost it in here once, and I'm not going to lose it again.
If it has money in it, it can go
over here. But our business was hired to draw the straight lines on the paper to give to the contractor so he could build the project. And so for the last 6, 8 months, the phone has rung when I've least appreciated it. And it's been Austin wondering why this is that way on these drawings, and to help the city overcome some little challenges with the way that project's happened. I mean, it hasn't been without a few bumps in the road, but I was up there 2 weeks ago, got to see some of the last tie-in work. It's collecting as much water as it can without making improvements to spring boxes. And I'm trying to get to your question about line sizes here in a minute. But what we actually did that last fall, as we designed this 18-inch line, we also sized the remaining infrastructure to collect water from the spring boxes, sort of in proportion to how we measured it. So last spring, a year and 3 months ago, we measured the flow at all the spring boxes. That's helped us guide the sizing of the plumbing. Then we also said the city has a water right that's far in excess of what they actually collect, if you look at the paperwork. And we puffed up and inflated the sizing of that plumbing so that someday, when you get enough money and time, you can actually collect considerably more water if it's there. And it's there at times. I mean, there's a reservoir full of water that you don't collect every year that's in Rawlins Reservoir. So at some point in time, with the infrastructure that we're sizing, that we've basically sized, 18 inches as big as we need, 12-inch in Beaver Creek approximately. As it gets further and further, out into the system, it gets smaller and smaller. And in fact, there are a number of long runs to very little amounts of water that, we could question and say, maybe we shouldn't do those today. Maybe we should spend that $200,000 on some other element of your system. So I don't know if I answered the question on sizing, but that's kind of the big picture on it. Okay, and I'm here I was actually in town today, went down south with Austin and saw a couple more leaks. I watched them tied in a couple weeks ago, and I saw a couple video clips, and I did some engineer math on a piece of paper and sort of took an estimate of how much water was being collected. And it sure doesn't seem that out of that collection system, why don't we have a little bit more down at the plant? And honestly, there is leakage on that steel transmission line that, like as an example, today we just discovered another. Undoubtedly, it's a leak as you turn and head up that canyon into the what they call the phase 3 area of the pipeline. It's the part that you can't hardly drive on. And in fact, we couldn't drive to where we were. We were hoofing it across the old right-of-way for the pipeline. And right where all the willows are and all the cattle tracks and all the elk manure is water coming out of the ground. And I'm absolutely certain that's what it's from. So how much, I don't know, but there's more of that. So my sort of professional opinion and thinking is that
getting on that transmission line is got to be competing for priority with doing anything more at the springs. You've got the 10,000 foot of main line in. It's collecting the majority of the water that comes out of that basin, and now it's time to put some cathodic protection on that steel line and fix those blow-offs that are, they're dribbling. They're not losing that much water today from a water supply for the city standpoint, but if they fail catastrophically in the winter, and the city crews go down there to work in 6 hours of daylight and 20-degree weather, it's dangerous, it's messy, it's just it's a kind of a disaster, ticking time bomb. When it goes off, who knows, but it's not getting any better by not addressing it. So,
Well, we're not the ones that set that schedule, just so you know. So we're asking you all to set that schedule on what gets fixed when to give us the biggest advantage, just so you know.
Yep, absolutely. And the outline here that Austin provided seems pretty reasonable, and I think I'm just debating phase 2 and phase 3 and whether or not those aren't, shouldn't be parallel projects to some degree. In fact, I think they could be.
Councilman Smith?
I have a couple questions, Murray. Bottom line, the reason that we don't have water levels in our tanks is because of the leakage. Is that what you're telling us? We have the flow now coming in. You've worked on that. We've replaced that 10,000 foot Duco line. But the reason that we don't have water going to the pre-treatment, or not pre-treatment plant, but the treatment plant is because of those leaks. Is that the bottom line of why we're having these terrible water restrictions?
That's part of it, and the other reality is that the seasonality of that water supply up there is pretty pronounced. I mean, there's lots of it in May and June, and if you look at the records that are in a couple of the studies that the towns had done, August and September are way down on the curve, and the data about August and September has a lot of variation in it. There's been some really dry years around here, and I think we're just in a super dry year too, and we're losing a little bit all the way down the system.
It's September. We're going into winter.
Yep.
How are we going to phase these projects? I guess we have to have the money first, but I think we're close to that. So how are we phasing these, going out for bids? I don't know if this is Austin question or your question, but I know I don't want our citizens next year to have this problem. Are we going to be anywhere close to alleviating this?
Thank you, Murray.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, so in answer to your question, I think the phasing is very critical for the safety of our workers. I think that's the biggest priority, is that nobody is injured in the line of work where we are replacing air release valves while the line is active in those vaults with a very confined space. And so I believe that the most critical thing is to consider the timing and to determine what our tanks are looking like, to consider the efficacy of the pre-treatment plant. And if you look at the big picture, I think that helps us with the phasing, because if we go to start working without storage, we'll be out of water very quickly. There are catastrophic things that can occur with the cathodic protection being down on the nipples for the attachments of the air release valves. It could be a situation where it could break. The valve body can completely break off while we're working on it in the hole under almost 200 pounds of pressure. It could be very bad. So we just need to be very careful how we phase that work.
Yeah, and Austin, so what is the backup plan? If that water goes down, what happens? Normally, starting in the spring, you mix the waters from the springs with the river water. Turbidity goes down in the reserves. So what's our backup plan? I mean, I think everybody needs to, I don't have a comfort level of, I know we have this,
Yeah.
I know basically how the money's flowing and what we
Yes.
can do and what we have to do to get it. But I don't have a comfort level knowing just how quickly, what's planned out. I don't have a picture here
Yes.
of how we're gonna put this together and get it done.
Absolutely. So the first aspect is getting our water rates approved. If we wait on that, we could forfeit. If somebody decides, and this is my personal opinion, but also partly my professional opinion, if we waver on these rates and decide to go at a lower rate, and it delays the process of the rates being approved, we will be accountable for losing probably $3 million in public funding that would be available. So I believe that process needs to be expedited. If we don't, the cost will be, it'll be substantial.
Okay, other than rates and money,
So
I mean
the second part-
structurally, construction?
So the second part will be going through the USDA RD program. That takes almost a full, I believe, 9 months to get through that, from the application period start to the boots on the ground, getting bids out for contractors. So it is a pretty arduous process to get the work started. So you're looking at most of these larger projects beginning sometime next year in the design phase. And so this is not something that can be done overnight, and I know that people wish that this could be fixed today, but this is a 5-year improvement that it is going to take all of 5 years before we have any resiliency. We have not done much since March in terms of actually improving the system to make it reliable and sustainable. If we lose an air release valve, or if we lose a blow-off valve, even worse, or we have a break in the line and we have to return the line back to service, we can go back to a low pressure situation very quickly.
So what is our backup plan?
So currently, what we use as a buffer is is the 3 wells.
Okay.
And in those, we receive almost 600 GPM of water. And so as that comes in, it acts as a buffer for our storage.
Okay.
And I believe that we may want to consider or look into running the boosters that are at Miller Hill to improve those flows. That is something that might be a short-term fix. I don't have any promises on how much more water we can get by running the boosters, but currently they are not running. So that is one opportunity for a backup. The second is, and the biggest one, is the pre-treatment facility. If we can get the pre-treatment plant online, then that will allow us to shut down effectively the spring line without and so we'll be able to actively go and work on the spring line. So, and it also depends. All of this is, so in the long term, we're looking probably 9 months before we even start a design process for these larger projects. We might receive grant funds sooner. And so right now we have MRG funds of $675,000. I'm looking at applying those as an interim repair for those blow-off valves that are being that have been straight piped and need to be replaced to a higher elevation of the line, just a little bit offset so they're more workable. In addition to doing the SCADA, not the SCADA, but to work on cathodic protection. So the cathodic protection, it's a very critical improvement. My hope is to put the RFP to add for the cathodic protection this month is my hope, so we can start spending so we can begin that improvement on our system, because it is a very important infrastructure improvement.
So with the pre-treatment plant, when will that be? What are we looking at there? Update us on that.
Okay, so the pre-treatment plant with Y2 Consultants right now, we've gone through a jar test with the ferric sulfate. And with that, it has shown in the jar test that this is a possible candidate for the chemical that we'll use for the pretreatment facility. That's a sustainable one. It's not a very hazardous chemical to use. But we've also sent off a series of samples to a lab, to Veolia, to see if there are any other possible solutions that are low cost and also not harmful to use, that are also very easy to use. So in that, we are moving forward. We're hoping to do a wet run on the ferric sulfate in November. That's the hope. And if we can do the wet run and it's successful, then we'll begin work on as much automation as possible. I would foresee if we have a wet run that's successful and we go to bids, it takes almost 90 days for the work to be complete on some of those automation tasks. We're looking at maybe March, or even February, where we are starting to seriously use the pretreatment plant. And we also need to have some additional full-time employees to assist in that, as our operators are completely over encumbered at this time. So. Okay.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
All right. Well, I really
Thank you,
appreciate
Austin.
it. Yeah, no problem. So that handles the water discussion. Would you like me to discuss the downtown striping at this time?
If you want to give a quick.
Yes, I'll be very quick. So the downtown striping, we have a budget that's been identified for a total of $40,000 for downtown striping and crosswalks for streets. Right now, it's a capital improvement item, so it's frozen. Would you like us to proceed, or would you unfreeze those assets so that we can do some downtown striping this fall, or would you prefer to wait?
I say wait. I don't know. What do you think? We'll just go down the line. Vice Mayor Wells.
I'd say wait.
Councilman Durst.
I'm okay with releasing it, but I don't want to do it in the fall, because that's what they do, and then by spring, all the lines are gone and shot. So I would release the funds, but to schedule it for next spring, so that it gets done right at the beginning, and then we have all summer to enjoy some nice painted roads.
Councilman Martinez.
I would concur with what Councilmember Durst just said, releasing the funds and holding them off till spring.
Councilman Garner.
I agree with Durst on that. If you guys wait until spring, they should last longer because they're not getting the snow plowed and everything over the top of them, correct? So I think that's a good idea.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I would like to hold off on releasing the funds until we know exactly what carryover is for capital items, and then at that point in time, if it's released, then if we decide to release the funds at that point in time, then they can decide when they're going to strike. I mean, we got plenty of time to go from here to next spring.
Councilman Smith.
The 40,000 is an impact assistance funding, is that correct? Or is it out of the general fund?
The capital.
It's in the capital only, but it's not impact.
Correct.
I would hold off till spring.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have, just for a minute, if we could bring Cody and Mike up.
We just want to bring you a presentation of some of the breaks we've been on lately. Just kind of give you a visual. It's always better to see than hear about it. The 12-inch, that's our wood stave. That's the main trunk line we just got done replacing. The blue over there is the PVC that we put in the ground for patches. This is usually our cast iron piping in here. As you can see, we had 3 blowouts, and that was probably a 1.5 day span. And we had just ended up having to cut that out.
Where'd that come from?
This came Hugus Alley. And that big chunk is the chunk out of Colorado that blew off the top of the 8-inch high pressure. But we just wanted to bring it here today to kind of show you guys what our infrastructure is like, what we deal with on a weekly basis, basically. You can see this white pipe over here. This is the Glen Addition pipe. This is everything down there. This is just irrigation pipe. We have breaks down there quite recently, and in multiples. We had 2 in 2 weeks just recently. So this moving forward is very needed for our infrastructure. But we just wanted to bring it in and let you guys see some of the stuff that we see on a daily. So.
Mike, you had a statistic that I found really interesting on the cast iron.
So I believe we have more cast iron lines in town. I did know the exact amount mileage-wise, how many we have, but I can't think of it off the top of my head now that I'm on the spot. But if you'd like to know, I can get that information to you. But these lines have been in there for so long, between more vehicles on the road causing more vibration, between the freezing temperatures, ground shifting, thawing, freezing, thawing, that puts a toll on these lines. And at some point, some of these lines in certain sections just, they give away. Some of them are really good, some are not. It's very hard to tell if it's bedding, and a lot of it could be the wrong bedding that was done when they were put in. But when they blow out, they flush all that ground out. And when you get down there to fix them, you don't know what the bedding looked like before you get down there. And some of it could be water hammer, but the one that has the 3 holes, we were, it was being filled up slowly and we were backfilling it, and before we even filled the hole up, the other one blew. Did the same thing, then the third one went, all within, as you can see, within feet of each other.
24 hours too.
And it's very frustrating for us, it's our job, that's what we do, but when you dig down there and fix it, and bury it up, 2 weeks later, that's what happened with the one at the Glen Edition, 2 weeks later, it's leaking out of the ground again.
Mike, most of our line is this right here, isn't it, in town?
It's the cast iron, most of it's the cast iron. We'd like to change it, and to replace it. I've been here 4 years, and I can't remember a time where we had an issue with the PVC lines that have already been replaced in town.
Correct.
If we did, it's mainly the tap that's in there that blew off or is leaking. But as far as the PVC line itself, I don't remember having to dig up a PVC line and fixing it. It's usually the cast iron lines that are in the ground.
Vice Mayor Wells, you had something?
I just want to say thank you, because I know the Colorado thing was huge deal. And the responses on Facebook, although there's always some negative, but most people were just pouring their hearts out to you guys and how all the good work you did. So I just think it's important to acknowledge. This water crisis reminds me of the cartoon where you put your finger in one hole and then like 10 different spouts out.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to me too. Yeah. And that's clearly what happened on this one here.
And that cast iron, it came out of an alley.
Yeah, this
right
is an
on
alley
Hugo,
on
Hugo's.
Southside.
Yeah, I seen where it broke. I slowed down and watched them do the work on it. Most of our water lines on the south side are in the alley.
Between Hugus and State.
So it must be the fact that they're been in there a long time, and more so than the traffic, I would think.
Well, you got like I said, you got the trash trucks that go down there.
That's
and
true.
they have-
That's true.
Like I said, they're heavier vehicles now. Through the years, thawing and shifting of the ground.
And more corrosive soil in that area.
Exactly.
Did you have something, Councilman
Yeah,
Weisenberg?
I was just curious, what's the depth of our pipes on average?
About 6 feet.
So we are below.
Below the-
we're below the frost line, but it don't mean that the frost line stops at 4 foot, right?
Correct.
If traffic is on a roadway or anything like that, it can push a frost line deeper. Is there any thoughts of maybe going to? I know it's a scary thought sometimes, but 8 foot. I know your trenching and shoring and everything else gets to be a difference in that stuff, but
we have lines, cast iron lines that are 8 foot, and they're doing the same thing.
I think like here where I see this, I see a lot of corrosion, from the more acidic soils and stuff like that, and I could see why that would go. But as far as like shifting in the soils and the ground and stuff like that, as long as we can make sure we're below a frost line, I think we'll be better off in that aspect of things. And proper bedding, obviously.
I think proper bedding is huge on it, because you should have, even at 6 feet, enough moving water in these pipes and enough ground heat that they should never ever freeze. So, I think depth is probably a little bit of it, but I think he's right. I think it's vibration and old pipe and then conditions of soil. Yeah, and it's not just big trucks. I mean, the ground is constantly moving around here. I mean, always. So, you have something in the ground that's 70 years old. The ground is going to move around to some aspect or another, no matter what.
70 is not that much that old, buddy.
Sorry,
Unless you're a water pipe.
Unless you're a water pipe, I guess. Yeah, I feel better now.
We can qualify it.
Yeah.
Cody.
All right.
110-year-old wood pipe it was still kicking pretty good when we ripped out of the ground.
Did you see that article in the Denver News about, or it was on TV, about the wooden stave pipelines, how they've used them in Denver they might even still have some, and all of the larger cities used them. They were more reliable than anything they had, and it was interesting to learn that. And at first, when I first learned they had wooden pipelines here when I first moved here, I remember thinking, oh my goodness. But the fact of the matter is it when it's in good shape and whatnot, it's very reliable.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing, really.
It's very impressive. The engineering that long ago was to that standard.
Yeah. Councilman Meisenberg?
Yeah, again, kind to reflect on what Councilwoman Wells says. Thank you for everything and your hard work and dedication, for your department. The other thing that needs to be noted, through everything, we are not the only community battling any kind of water crisis. If people have been following the national news, Jackson, Mississippi, the capital, is battling a huge crisis right now. So it's not just our city battling this. Don't feel like we're alone and we're not trying to do the right things and we're not pushing things forward, but know that there's several communities through the whole United States battling infrastructure needs.
I bought 10 acres right by Lake Mead. And I don't know what you know about Lake Mead, but it's never been lower level in 50 years. I feel so fortunate. I'm not taking a boat with me, I can tell you that. But anyway, any other comments or questions?
Just a quick one for Cody. I think you guys were doing some work today. Was it on an air release valve?
Yeah, we had to,
one of the leaks that was identified.
Yeah, we had to run out on the main transition line and shut down one more air vac valve that a lot of people in the city didn't even know where it was at. It's between two canyons, and there's really no access other than hiking to the top of a hill, and you just find it up there. And there was a creek running at the bottom, and so we started trying to figure out where that was, and thanks to Austin and Murray.
And is that going to save us some water for what you did today?
I think so. Bud always says it takes about 24 hours to even see anything, but it went up 20-30 today. It jumped up a little bit. We don't know if that's because of it or not, but we're not dropping in August where we should always be dropping. We're kind of staying consistent a little bit, so we view that as good. We're not falling off a cliff. We're just kind of looking over the edge right now, so which is both scary.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, when you speak about access and the right-of-ways and stuff like that, what is a plan? And this kind of falls into this sheet, I suppose. What's the plan to gain the right access? Because there's never been a pipeline I've ever seen that you cannot physically take and access through to the pipeline. It's not directly on the pipeline, it's next to the pipeline. But you are always able to work on the pipeline directly above if possible. It don't veer very far off. What's the plan to gain us access from here on?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is create a GIS training program for city staff, and it'll be available on their tablets and on their phones, where they're able to use the GPS on their phones and on their tablets to locate areas of the line as we go and look at the line for regular scheduled inspections. So in that, we're going to create an inspection program that our folks can use to go look at the transmission line. And currently, right now, we have some sets of plans and things like that that we can work off of to go hike the line, but it's very circuitous.
And I understand that. What I'm saying is, what's the plan for gaining the access, the proper access? The proper access is where you can ride a piece of equipment right up the line, a truck, a four-wheeler, a side-by-side, whatever, and access it through with equipment needed when a repair is needed. What's the what's the plan for that going forward?
Yes, and that will be part of our infrastructure improvements in the future, is looking at what our easements say and the stipulations that are in our easements with BLM and other private landowners, where we're going to be able to put our roads back where they belong, where they're grown over and there is no access, put them back as they were because they have not been maintained.
Austin, I've gone up and down this line a little bit recently. There's got to be miles of like the only way you can get to even see the pipeline is by walking to it. There's, I mean, a lot of it isn't even like four-wheeler accessible. It's substantial.
Yeah, but they didn't carry that stuff up there on their back and dig a hole with a shovel. So
that's right. Some
way or another, they had a piece of equipment up there. So we need, a trip back in time maybe, but
Check these.
it just, there has to be access somehow. Mules.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. We need to have all of our infrastructure roads maintained. And I think that's fallen away fast. I mean, most of the 10,000 feet that we did this winter, there was kind of a road there, and you could tell there was one at one time, but that's right where our pipe was at, and it hadn't been maintained in years.
Yeah,
So
I don't envy you, but I'm just saying that
Yeah.
I agree with Councilman Weissenberg. That is, in order to be able to ride that pipeline and do a proper inspection, it has to be at least
Or if we have a
four-wheeler accessible
catastrophe
or
and we have a
something.
break, we need to get that equipment up there now, not plan on how we're gonna open a road to get to it. We
Right.
need to have that access.
Yeah,
I
I
absolutely agree.
So, Mayor, we have just one more very quick update from Jason.
Okay,
Thank you, Cody.
thanks, Cody. Thanks, Mike.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'll be brief. Thank you to your support and support of our community by showing up to town hall meetings. We did open our dog park 2 Saturdays ago. It's been well received. I've gone out myself with my wife and our son and our 3 dogs, and it's more of just social for dogs and social for people. It's just been great. It's a work in progress. We'll continue to make improvements, but it is open. Also, we got a delivery today, skate park equipment.
All right.
So I've been our department's been a little quiet to make any announcements because we have the equipment coming from one side of the nation and the installers coming from Oregon. Right now, the installers are just outside of Denver. They're trying to wrap up a project that they ran into some issues with concrete, pouring some concrete. So they're hoping to be here by the latest Friday, and they would work through the weekend to install that. So we're not announcing the opening quite yet, but it should be sometime next week. So we're excited about that. And then just real quick, last thing, keep it in your mind that roller skating will be at the Rawlins Recreation Center. We're going to have a free skate weekend starting Friday, October 14th. So you'll see and hear a lot more about that in the coming weeks. So thank you.
Jason, I just would like to say something. I really I was not for the dog park at all, okay? I was not. But I have to tell you, I've driven by there quite a bit. I've rerouted my path to go see. One time, and it was way late in the evening, there was nobody there. Other than that, it has been really well used. People were having a good time, and I think you've done a great job. And for once in my life, I was wrong. So anyway, you've done a great job. That area, I lived right down the street from there, and we used to play go up and, my family's about it, but we'd go up and play tennis at that tennis court, and it was really ragged, but it was a place to go, and it was close, and by having that dog park there and the skate park there, that area is gonna be so improved, and thank you for that. You've just done an excellent job in designing it and getting it going.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to pass that credit on to our community for their support and their ideas and their gathering in our town hall meetings, and also our parks crew. We got the best parks crew in the nation right here. So.
Yep, thanks. All right, anything else, Sean? All right, got where I'm at here. Okay. City Attorney report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I sent out some of the surrounding areas tattoo and body piercing ordinances. I just wanted to get direction. Is that the direction you would like me to go to build up our own ordinance and licensing project?
I think we need to poll. What do you think, Councilman Garner?
Yeah, I like what you've sent out so far.
Weisenberg?
Same, I like that point you sent out. I'd ask maybe talk to some of the I know there's 2 shops, maybe talk to the business owners, kind of show them that they're aware of what their expectations are, and go with that also.
Councilman Smith?
Definitely. I did have contact with folks, and I'm glad that you were so responsive. And I know that Vice Mayor Wells has also had this previously submitted. So yes, I'm on board.
Vice Mayor Wells?
Yes, public safety.
Councilman Durst? Yep. Councilman Martinez? And for my part, I've had the Hafers show me pictures of some of the things that happen to people in their friends' basements. And this is very much needed ordinance. It really is.
And
So,
do you think that I'll have an issue with the health department helping with this as well?
No. But we do not have the ability to enforce anything at our health department, so.
Just help in writing it and
Yes.
crafting it?
I could.
and Councilman Weisenberg, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for coming forward to multiple council members and presenting this. It's not every day you have a business that wants to regulate themselves. Most people want to deregulate stuff. You guys want to regulate stuff for the health and safety of the community, and I really do appreciate that. That's a stand-up thing to do in your business.
I agree. All right, is that it, Wendy, for you?
Actually, it's not, but I will move forward on that.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to cut you off. Go ahead.
At the last meeting, I let you know that the court was going to be implementing a donation for the school program. We've been doing that for 2 weeks now, and we finally have 3 full cartons of supplies and snacks that are going to be delivered this week by the SRO to the schools. So we're going to start with the K-1 elementary and middle schools, and they will be getting a donation of supplies this week. We've had several defendants who have taken advantage of this program, and we have collected quite a bit already. So we are going to continue this for as long as we can. Right now, the schools probably are okay because school just started, they just got them. Our goal is to continue to keep that supply so they don't have that dip after the beginning of school. So that is a positive. The last thing is our city website is run by a company called Civic Plus. For about 75 years, there's been a company out there doing municipal codification called MuniCode, and it's all over the country. I learned about it back when I was in law school. It's been around for quite a while. It's a very well-established company, and Civic Plus, who runs our website, has bought MuniCode, and they are offering their services as part of a Civic Plus plan. And I have had meetings between IT and Civic Plus, And we have come up with a plan to completely recodify our municipal code to make sure that it is consistent, it does not have any redundancies or conflicts, and is in compatibility with the state statutes. This project will take approximately 10 to 14 months. Once we get that recodification, it'll be automatically uploaded online and linked through our Civic Plus website. And then from there, we can look at different ways to maintain the code, either a full service or a self-publishing. But 10 to 14 months, our entire code will be electronic, fully up to date, and made sure that it is in complete compliance with state and other local codes.
Two questions. One, what's that cost? And two, if we're gonna be changing the codes, won't that have to be presented through the council for us to vote on to change those codes?
Anything that needs changing. What they do is they go through this recodification. They let us know where the issues are so that we can get them fixed. They don't fix them for us.
I see.
But in the process of doing all that, it brings it up to a standard that the rest of the state is actually using. If you go online to any of the larger municipalities and click on their municipal code, it'll take you to a web page called MuniCode, where all of the municipalities are uniform, and it is cross-referenced in about 6 different ways, so you can find what you're looking for. It has a logical search engine. It's more accessible to the public, and the most important to me, Mickey and I will not have to have our eyes bleeding to try to get our code uniform and up to date.
Cool.
Oh, and the cost, it's already part of the IT budget. It's one of the new programs that he was already looking into, so it's already been budgeted into IT's budget.
How many zeros? How much, do you have an idea?
I don't have the final number. The first quote they gave us included the follow-on continuation, so I don't have just the number for the recodification to start with.
Okay, maybe you could tell us about that next time.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, though.
It's going to improve the quality and the speed of the code getting up to date.
It works a lot better than it used to. We tried to recodify our ordinances and send them to Florida, and we lost half of them.
That might not be a bad idea, get rid of half of them, to be honest with you, but Councilman Weisenberg, you had something?
So that was my 2 questions, exact thing. The other question, I guess, with that is Title 19, is that gonna be in there too? And does that take some kind of stress off your level and planning and zoning and Board of Adjustment?
The current process stays in place for Title 19. Lou is doing the changes. He's made some good progress. He's sent us some of it. Anything that we change during the course of this recodification, I basically send it to them and they incorporate. So as it's almost like we'll have an unofficial and an official version. They will be with an unofficial version that they're getting up to date for us. The official version will still be the one that we self-publish, still run ordinances through the council. Anything we approve here in this recodification until it's final, we send to them and they integrate it.
Thank you.
And that makes it copacetic with state law and all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. It
keeps us up
compares
to
it
date
to
and-
federal statutes, state statutes, and within our own code itself to make sure that we don't have redundancies or conflicts.
That is awesome, yeah.
That would be super amazing.
Yeah,
It's going to take a while, but at least we're on the track.
yeah. Sean, you had something?
Yeah, I would, maybe you and I can take a look at the budget together, because maybe he's got it in as like an ongoing cost to plug that in there, but the one-time cost, we'll want to take a look with the capital budget.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and it would save a lot of hassles, make it more usable for the people. Because when I sit down sometimes to read our ordinances and whatnot, these are for common people to use, and I must be subcommon, because there's a lot of times I don't get it. They're too complex. But anyway, thank you for that work. All right, anything else, Wendy? All right. Let me get my glasses on, sorry. All right, so direction from the city council to city manager and city attorney. Has anybody got anything? Councilman Smith, we'll start with you.
Yes, I know that this all depends on water, but I would like to have us look at a lawn reseeding program, because the citizens of Rawlins have experienced loss of lawns and yards due to the lack of water. And so I was thinking, how can we help mitigate out the damage, if I can call it damage? But there's a lot of folks just wondering how in the world they're gonna, fix their lawns next year. And a lot of that would be with water, but I think that if we could put together some kind of program where we get huge bulk of lawn seeds, that we work with the extension service, and we already have the University of Wyoming working with the Rex department on the different kinds of soils and different kinds of seeds that work in different kinds of soils. So I think that they could be good partners for us. And so I would like to just, I've kind of outlined what my thoughts were, and so I'd like to pass this around to folks and see if staff couldn't come up with some kind of a program. The thought was, at the same time that we're passing out seedlings and things like that, that maybe we could even have volunteers help us bag seeds, because I know you can get these in dump truck loads if you have the right sources. So maybe we can put together some kind of community project and some kind of intake program, so that we're helping the people replace what they've lost this year. And here again, I know it depends on our water, but I sure would like to see if staff couldn't do that for us, and I hope the council is on board with me.
I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
We have water.
Yeah, it's all dependent on water.
To be honest, I'd rather see a program that's closer to like they do in Arizona and Nevada, and that where you remove the lawns and come up with more self-sufficient lawns. I mean, the droughts are never going to go away. This is not really a lawn climate. I mean, we're in a desert. You're kind of forcing a landscape that really doesn't belong here. And while I get it, that's fine. I would like to. I mean, I can see doing something like this, but I would also like to see a program right alongside of it on incentives to remove lawns and come up with zero landscape, natural landscape, whatever you want to call it.
I just wanted to replace the damages that have incurred, and then we, if they want to work on something else, I'm all for it. But I thought conservation grants or something like that might be out there. Not that we have to give Parks and Rec more to do, but that's my thoughts, because it's the only way I think we can give back to the community for sacrificing for us on our water.
One of the things that has happened through all of this, that and I apologize, Mrs. Perry, I think that's her last name, Abby Perry, has educated a lot of people on how to better take care of their lawns and whatnot, and zero-scaping and what to do, and some of the methodology. So I think having her do more programs would also fit right in with this. For instance, I was going to tear out a lot of my lawn and keep small portions of it and put rock up to it. Well, the rock gets hot, now you have a problem. So you put in a buffer of mulch between the rock and your plants, and then you don't have that aggravating problem going back and forth and such like that. I learned a lot from her, and so between this program and maybe having her do helping her do more programs would be maybe an answer also. All right, so moving on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Councilman Weisenberg.
I'd like the city attorney to look into the easements for the pipeline, find out what the legals are on that, and so we can move forward as quick as we can to maybe mitigate some of the access and know what we can and can't do. If roads were there before, we should be able to put something back now, and as soon as we can is better than later.
Sean?
With the great discussion today for the work session, would the council like to see more discussion in a subsequent work session? We do have that one available at the next council meeting. Or would you like us to bring a proposed rates to the council? What's the council's pleasure?
I think we should have another workshop next meeting. We're gonna have to do something before October, though. I mean, we're gonna have to do something
yeah.
before October, because that's when SLIB meets. Yes, Councilman
Will it
Durst?
take 3 readings
Oh.
to pass?
This is a resolution, so it's just one.
Councilman Durst?
I'm sorry, I just lost my thought. Go ahead. It'll come back to me. I just lost it.
I think we could have a workshop next time and put it on the agenda next time.
Thank you. That was exactly my thought. That's what it was. Thank you.
You read your mind?
Yeah.
There's also, I'm sorry, because it's a
I was looking in your ears.
because it's by resolution, we have to have one public hearing. As we normally have the public hearing at the same meeting as the vote, would it be your pleasure to have a work session and public hearing at one meeting and then a vote at the next meeting, or do you want to do it all together?
Wendy, I don't think we have time. I think we have to have a work session, a public hearing, and a vote all on the next meeting, or we're not gonna be in time. We could really, we've got $7 million on the line. I don't wanna lose that with SLIB.
Yes, sir.
And CDBG block.
Well,
Okay.
and the governor's told me twice, and he's serious. He will support us, and I don't want to be late. I don't want to have that vote, to be clear, but I don't want to be late making it.
Agreed.
It's a tough deal, folks.
Yeah.
All right, so we ready to move on?
Can I be the?
Okay, so
Just need 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna declare a 10-minute break, a recess.
I'm sorry.
By popular vote.
Well, at least everybody who's medicated.
I got it. Hey, Candace.
You know what I learned scraping windows all week?
You're not ready for winter?
I am. If they did that for the last 2 years, we wouldn't be here.
Oh, it's still here. Just gotta do it. I ain't good with it. Not that whole amount. Hell no.
Is when it shifts, moves. Well, I mean, when we started, it was, but we also did. Yeah. Right, because I think they had cars back there. So those yeah, those are new. Because that wire was just unwound, and it was just there.
We never used those from years.
This one.
Was that what they used to use?
Yeah, that was the family. That's what
Yeah,
so these are the ones that we put in just so it's held on.
We had one pretty good size.
They stopped banning. Jimmy said, they banned us and they would tighten it.
I was working there before Jimmy. You'd get down in that ditch, they didn't have any OSHA regulations, so you'd crawl down in there and start damming it. Never did get a cave in. Lucky you. Now they have to put these barriers up.
So that line of blue, this was off of that 12-inch line. This is the scale that ends up on these pipes that are out there. So
that's like
now, if you get rid of that cast iron metal pipe, when you go with PVC, you don't have hot
I feel better, thank you.
Yes.
For speaking up.
Me too.
It's my fault, I do drink a lot of fluids, but.
No. Well, I mean, as do I, but the doctor also thought a diuretic would be fine, so. That part doesn't help.
I'm on a diet.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. Not like they're not Not even close. But like for the 10 of us. This is what kills
yeah, that is 8 inch. That is what size this is. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
This is the same size pipe as that. And why certain extensions of the pipe go bad, the best way to describe it is you have, it's like people, it's like bodies. You can have a 7-year-old, one 7-year-old be running marathons, you know, but another 7-year-old is walking with a walker. Each section is different, you know, at some point they age differently and one body goes, no more.
Well, and I mean, they're going to experience different conditions over the 40, 50, 60,
Yeah.
70, 80 years.
So, but yeah, unfortunately, we don't replace the cast iron pipe.
Well, it's not like they rust. It's cast iron, it lasts forever. It's kind of just part of putting it in the ground at the end.
It's like plumbing under people's houses.
And that's the other thing. Back in the day, whoever was in charge, put it like that.
What could possibly go wrong?
One editions were all like that.
That would probably help a lot.
It wasn't the city that put it
This is the first time I've gotten any kind of a plan of all the phases on that meeting.
This is how you do it.
All right, let's get going again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do they want?
All right, the next thing on our agenda is an ordinance. It is second reading, and I would entertain a motion. Councilman Smith.
I move to approve on second reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code Section 10-54030, license registration display.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
There has been a motion made and seconded to approve on second reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code Section 10-54030, license registration display. Is there any discussion? And I saw Celia's hand.
That's what I asked about at the very beginning, and I asked what the code was, and you said we'd get to it later, and now we're gonna waive it, so I still would like to
No,
know.
we're gonna waive the reading of the 5,000-page document.
Well, could someone summarize?
Yes, and that will happen. So Wendy, will you explain to everybody, the audience out there and in here, exactly what this amounts to?
Absolutely. The original, this is the ordinance requiring that people display valid registration on their plates. So the sticker you get to put on your plates, it has to be valid and up to date. The old ordinance said that, but it said it in a way that nobody knew what it said. So basically, I brought it down to English so that every resident would know what they're supposed to do with their registration. So I did not change it so much as I clarified it. That's what it is.
And so does this affect the people that are supposed to get a license within 6 weeks of working here, and they're still driving around with Arkansas or Missouri or whatever license plate 6 months later?
This does not address that. That is a state statute that is not under the ordinance. This simply clarifies what that you have to have the sticker.
Thank you.
And I will tell you, Celia, I did look into that on several other occasions, and several states have agreements with Wyoming that if you move here and go to work, you can use that license plate until you have to buy a new one. So
Until the date is up on the out-of-state.
on the out-of-state one.
Okay.
Now, I don't think that affects all states, but that's the one. Bruce?
According to the county, that is the county's responsibility, and if you're working there, you have to buy a temporary permit to stick in your window or replace the license plates. So that goes with the county, not city.
Okay. So clear as mud. All right. Any more comments or questions? Please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approved payroll. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the July 31st, 2022 through August 13th, 2022 payroll register for $258,727.08.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Sorry. There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the July 31st, 2022 through August 13th, 2022 payroll register in the amount of $258,727.08. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve another payroll. Councilman Garner.
Oh, sorry. I move to approve the August 14th, 2022 through August 27th, 2022 payroll register for $253,654.10.
Do I hear a second? There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the August 14th, 2022 through August 27th, 2022 payroll register in the amount of $253,654.10. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Councilman Martinez.
I make a motion to approve the accounts payable register for the period of August 4th, 2022 to August 2022, in the amount of $389,532.51.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of August 4th, 2022 to August 22nd, 2022 in the amount of $389,532.51. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting. That was kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to freeze the economic development position. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to approve the freezing of the economic development position until otherwise directed.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the freezing of the economic development position until otherwise directed. Is there any discussion? Councilman Smith?
I just wanted to throw some ideas out there. We don't have our audit back, as everybody knows. That's been kind of holding us back on a number of things. This position really is very important because we have a new wave of money coming down from the federal government that will flow through the state of Wyoming. And we need a person that can grab and put together plans and finish our $50,000 economic development plan. And I know that we have some budgetary concerns, and I don't care to elaborate on those. And not filling the position would help us in that about $100,000 towards that problem. However, I don't have a problem with maybe having an interim economic development director, as we have sometimes in the past. Somebody stepped up and filled that position for, I guess we can't do it more than 6 months without giving them that position. But that would give us, 2 months before we get the audit, and then maybe we're not missing out on all the opportunities. And we also have businesses that are now, I know that community development is working with maybe about 3 potential companies. So I know it's a very important position, but also I'm concerned about how we balance the other issues that we have before us.
Any further discussion? Councilman Garner?
I just want to say, you know, I'm against freezing the economic developer position. I understand the money concern. I think Sean's very capable of figuring out and finding that money for us. If it came up to this position, he's said multiple times he would. He's repeatedly told us we need this, and absolutely believes it's necessary for the city to excel and grow. The position is one that will have a return on an investment. Very few positions in the city can say that or do that. You know, a great example is Pam Thayer in the DDA. If you look downtown, it's beautiful. It's very inviting. It's really promoted Rawlins in a way that those types of positions, that's what they're designed to do. And the rest of the city's never had this opportunity like the downtown's had, and we've put this out there to help them. And then I feel like taking away this kind of, in a way, a slap in the face, and giving our money concerns. I do like that interim idea, but I think in 2 months we might find that we're good to go, and even if we're not, Sean's told us he'll take care of it. And you know, I've lived in this town my whole life, and I've grown up here and I've watched it, and we have stayed the same Rawlins for as long as we can. And I want to see new developments. Everybody wants to see new developments. They want to see new faces, new friends, see new businesses. We have a wonderful community. It's very inviting. It's one of the things you'll hear all the new faces in this room say, that they want to live here because they like the people that are here. And if you look around, the old is closing up. And it's not because new businesses are here. That's not running them out. The old is closing up because their families don't want to continue. They've been, you know, they probably grew up doing that their whole life. And they're tired and they want to try new things. And with the position like this, they'll reach out to that entrepreneur, that developer, just that person who's looking to start something new in a small town that would just overlooked us. And this person with the economic development, they'll reach out to those people, and they'll have programs in place. If the goal was to get those programs in place so that they can say, yes, okay, I definitely want to go to Rawlins. I just don't want to go backwards from where we're going. And I think we have good momentum. I know the water crisis sucks, but there's nothing we can do. We've just got to keep pushing forward. And I believe Sean when he says he'll figure it out. And if this position is that important, I don't want to take that away after we've given.
Councilman Martinez.
I take it that we're not saying that we don't need an economic development person. We do need one. All we're saying is that we need to hold off a little bit to find out exactly where we stand in regard to this audit. And that's where I stand. I think that we definitely need to be looking at an economic development person down the road, and I don't think that's going to be a problem.
I would like to say this, that we have 2 of them already. One of them is the county economic development person that will work on behalf of Rawlins and has offered to increase her activity in that respect. The other thing is we do have a contract with DDA, and there is a certain portion of time that Pam Thayer has in the contract with DDA that she will work with economic development. My problem is we have not been presented with a plan that will not cost us the entire wages of that person. There's been some talk about shifting things a little bit here and there, but I have not seen that. That has not been presented to us. And I just want to make sure we can pay these people and that we're not taking some of the people in the back of this room and having to lay them off, because we've got a problem. And we have to save, we have to cut a lot of things that we're over budget on. And I just don't think right now's the time to do that. First of all, we would have to put that job out for, advertise it as an opening. And so we're not gonna really have that concluded for, I don't know, months. And so I think we have time to set on it and wait for this audit. Celia?
Isn't setting on it and freezing it two different things? Couldn't you just stop the freeze and just move along? That doesn't mean you have to hire somebody for $100,000 a year, but I sure think it would be appropriate to keep looking.
Well, I think when we put it out to bid, we're gonna be semi-obligated. So as far as I'm concerned, we're freezing this until otherwise directed. But as soon as we get a look at the audit and see if we're bankrupt or we have a nickel, then we can decide. And that's what that's about. Any further discussion? Councilman Durst?
I'll admit I'm literally on the fence on this, because I agree. This isn't going to go anywhere if we don't start putting some effort behind it. How guaranteed is 2 months on the audit? Do we feel like that's a pretty solid? Are they wrapping up to that level? Is it one of those we're hoping for 2, but it could go out to 6? What's your thoughts on timing?
Honorable Mayor, Council. We spoke with the auditors and they said they're 85% of the way through the field work. And that was as of Friday of last week. And they told us that they would try to have us a draft of the 2021 audit within a couple weeks of that point. They said they might be shooting high for that, but that was their goal, was to have us a draft. Once we have that draft, we can look at the reserves, fund balances, because when we get the draft, we do our review of it. And I think those will pretty much stay. So I think within a month to 2 months, we should have that audit report. And that is directly from the auditors, since it's kind of out of our hands and the auditor's hands and their testing. But we are looking, at a month to 6 weeks probably on the, and then I'm most of the way through the reconciliations of the 22 audits. So that one should move along pretty quick once we can get the auditor's attention on that. So.
Okay. So I know this is not the conversation that you want to have, Sean. Do you think that you could see maybe some kind of a interim or part-time person that could do, maybe Pam or something like that, where we could have somebody put in a little bit of time to keep a program in place and keep something going, with the idea that here in just a couple of months, maybe that could turn into full-on, but then there's still somebody still kind of working on some things?
I think we'd need to, if it, just for example, if it were Pam, I think we need to, it would be nice if she were here tonight, that we could kind of visit with her, kind of explore that idea. I know that the last time I talked to her, and Mayor mentioned the 25% time that she spends for the city. She said that she was spending more like 50% of her time with the city more recently. So she's definitely at capacity there, but I think it's a conversation that we could have and explore. And then just another comment, and I don't know if this helps or not, but there are a few positions that we've taken just through attrition right now. There's a position in our automotive technician, there's one there. We've kept or pulled the custodian, one of those, and then there's a position in green spaces. So when you look at their the wages and benefits of those, that's $220,000. So maybe that's enough to give council feels a little bit better about right now. Maybe not.
That's a fourth of what we need.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
just to clarify.
Yeah, sure. So, but we'll continue to look at those positions that we can pull as people vacate their positions.
And let me clarify, we can freeze that tonight. And and if things change by the next meeting, we can unfreeze it. I mean, this is why it was stated this way, was not to get rid of it, but was to freeze it until we can check our wallets and make sure there's enough money in there to pay these folks. Because I don't want to lay anybody off. I'm not wanting to do that.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Wells?
Yeah, I'm also on the fence like Aaron. My concern is that I don't want to sacrifice something that we have for a position that we don't know what the results will be. I mean, I like to think that we're going to get the best economic development person in there and they're going to do amazing stuff, but until we know where our finances are, I'm not really ready to sacrifice anything.
It'd be different if we had to wait 2 years, but we'll have to wait 2 months. And then at the end of 2 months, it'll be very clear to us whether we have the wherewithal to do it. And so.
I do think that it's very valuable.
Oh, I do too.
And
If you think back of who pushed hardest on it, I was one of the people that pushed hardest on it because I believe in it totally. But I also believe that if you hire somebody, they're going to want to be paid. And if you hire somebody and you pay them and you have to let somebody else go, that's not a good thing either. I'm not willing to do that. It's just a risk we do not have to take. We've got two people that we can call on to fill in the gap, like I explained. And anyway, I've said enough. Anyway, any further discussion? Yeah.
One more quick question. So on those positions that you just mentioned, are you saying that you don't think that those will be filled? You think those positions are just gone away permanently? Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Unless we get into a position later on that we feel like we could bring some back.
All right. Sean?
So I can look in, I can have a couple of conversations I think would be good that Councilwoman Smith mentioned and kind of check into that idea. And then I'll keep you informed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Please open online voting.
Online voting has closed and the motion carries with 5 yeas and Councilmember Durst and Councilmember Gardner voting nay.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approve a cooperative agreement. Councilman Smith?
I move to approve the cooperative agreement between Wyoming Department of Transportation, which is WYDOT, Federal Project HI BFP 1115901, Bridge over Union Pacific Railroad, 6th Street, and the City of Rawlins to remove and replace or rehabilitate the structure in accordance with the evaluation and reconnaissance report completed under this agreement project.
I'll second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the cooperative agreement between Wyoming Department of Transportation, WYDOT, federal project HI-BFP 1115901, bridge over Union Pacific Railroad, 6th Street, and the City of Rawlins to remove and replace or rehabilitate their structure in accordance with the evaluation and reconnaissance report completed under this agreement. Any further discussion?
Would you like me to present anything?
Tell us about it.
Okay, so in this agreement, it essentially is one where WYDOT will be providing all the funding and engineering for this project. It is one that is not at a cost to the city, except that there are a few stipulations. The greatest one is that we need to maintain the structure and take care of it after the work has been done. So in that sense, you know, where we look at paving 20 years down the road, that if there needs to be a paving project on there, that we do that. You know, if there is any kind of maintenance to the lights or anything on the structure, that we would do that. And so there's just some basic stipulations about the maintenance of the structure. I believe that is reasonable, in my opinion, to take on those costs for the long haul, considering the potential costs for a capital improvement here where we do a rehabilitation or beyond the rehab where it's a remove and replace. So in that, we have a couple of things I would like to cover very quickly. So if at any point the city does abandon the project, we'll have to reimburse WYDOT all costs. That is one stipulation. Another stipulation is that we would make a determination using effectively a certification letter describing the city's intent for the structure's disposition for it being a historical structure. Sorry, that's very long-winded. We need to figure out if it's a historic structure within 90 days of the agreement and send them a letter saying yes or no. I spoke with the SHPO program. It's eligible to be a historic structure because it is older than 50 years in age. So that is something that needs to be considered. But I do believe it may be to our benefit if it is in some senses. So I wouldn't let it be a foregone conclusion at this point. Would you like to make a comment, sir?
The word historical creeps me out because it means that we would never ever be able to improve it or change it. We're stuck with it regardless. And if we're to, one question I had was if we're to maintain it in perpetuity, what if it reaches its end of life? Because everything does.
Mm-hmm.
Then does that mean that they would never help us again?
That is a really good question.
And the other thing is, if it is a historical site, that means it will never change. We can't do anything to it. We can't improve it.
May I join in?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have removed and replaced a number of historic structures, and they went by. And that was the end of the conversation. We did the recordings with SHPO. We followed all the statutory requirements, but because it was functionally obsolete, the structure had to be removed and replaced. So, very good question, but it's not.
Okay, just a minute. I got hands up everywhere. Councilman Weisenberg was first.
Yeah, the motion is kind of scary to me to say remove and replace or rehabilitate.
Yes.
Because simple fact is, if that is removed from our community, we have one access to one side, the south side of our community, which is not a good situation in any emergency services.
No.
So I have a problem with this when it says remove any kind of structure that could hinder and harm our community.
No, absolutely. And I don't think that's the risk in this case. Sometimes you have structures that do need to be simply abandoned, but this is not the case. This is one that needs to be rehabilitated or removed and replaced. I believe the intent of WYDOT is not one of removal. And if it is, and we begin going into this and we determine that YDOT's intent is to remove it without replacement, then we simply abandon the agreement.
And that's legal on our part? And what would that cost us after their engineering costs?
Well, I would suppose probably about $5,000.
Councilman Martinez and Smith.
It seems to me that when I visited with YDOT at the WAM conference, it seemed like they added a lot to this. I mean, that wasn't how it was explained to me. It was that, yeah, you're on the list. We're going to be working on the on the overpass. The other thing is, it wasn't too long ago. I'm thinking 10 years ago that YDOT came and they looked at the structure and they said everything's fine.
Right.
There's nothing going to happen to that overpass. And then later on, they came back and they said, well, we need to look at it again. And that's when they decided to come back. But, you know, again, when they say remove it, that kind of scared me too, because that's the only access we have from the south side of town into the north side of town.
No, we will not allow that.
Yeah.
No. And so,
Yeah, I feel like when we talked to YDOT, when we were at WAM, it was they had already reconned it. They knew what we had. And they, at some point in time, 10 years ago, it was in need of repair. And I think this is just the heading on your contract that they use, that this whole language here. It's nothing but the heading on the contract. And whether they remove it or not, they can't really tear that down until they come back to us and say, this is what we have for a problem. So I assume that.
yes.
And then the other thing, I've worked with SHPO for many, many years, and they don't tell you have to do this or that, but they do provide guidelines so that if you want to repair a bridge, which I can't hardly believe that we're saying this is a historical bridge, but they would not make us go do different than what it is now. And if they did, then we have the right to say no.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Linda, do you remember the bridge that got replaced at Elk Mountain?
That was a whole different historical bridge. That really was historical.
Right, but I just have nightmares about that. It almost didn't, the bridge replacement almost didn't happen. And the importance of replacing that bridge was there wasn't a fire truck in Carbon County that could cross that bridge anymore. They were all too heavy. And there was a motel over there full of people across the bridge and several houses and whatnot, and it was a struggle. And so that when you say historical, that's why you heard my chair shudder.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wendy?
Just to clarify, I reviewed the contract, and as Councilwoman Smith said, this is a generic heading. There is absolutely nothing representing that they will take the bridge, and even if for some reason they decided that it was dangerous and needed to be taken down, they still have to come back to us if there's any change in the plan. So they have to present the plan to us, we have to approve it, and then any major changes to that plan, we also have to approve. It's a cooperation, it is not them taking over.
Right. And finally then too, Dabari, as well, if I may, is that it is a boilerplate contract. This is our cooperative agreement. This is the same one that was sent to the county for their structures. I believe they have 3 or 4 that are being replaced. It's the same boilerplate effectively sent to them with all this language in there, like even about kickbacks. There's all kinds of stuff in this thing. It's just standard boilerplate language. And then the second part is we have inspection reports for the past 3 or 4 years from YDOT that have been completed. And I believe last year was the first year in 2021 where we saw a classification of a 4 or a level 4 out of 10 for the structural integrity of the piers. So it has gone down This is the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that is being looked at here. I don't know that without the BIL that this would even be a project.
And I can also say this on that, I want to thank the staff for working on this because it was brought up in our goal session, looking into the overpass and the problems that we're having. So having said that, we went to the WAM conference and they gave a presentation and some of the projects that they had a list of, and Councilmember Smith and I went and talked to YDOT, and they pretty much said that we were up on the top.
Top four
To have it looked at.
in the state.
All right.
May I present
Councilman
any other?
Durst?
Oh, go ahead.
Is it, I guess my only concern is there any issues with adding the maintenance on that to the, I mean, as far as, you know, paving the roads and, I don't know, is there any reason that that's a concern, right?
It's-
Are we gonna be able to maintain that without any issues? And
It's the same story for all of our streets, where we need to create a capital improvement plan for all of our streets and consider the long-term plan of
I'm good
investing.
with just the bridge, the rest of them will be fine.
But in that, so we've held off on doing some surface treatment this year. And so in that, in the future, it may or may not. We're going to go through an asset management plan where we make a determination of what the current status is on a street and make improvements accordingly. So,
Well, and I think we have to accept the maintenance on it or they won't do it. And if they don't do it, we have to do it because it's not in very good shape.
Well, I mean, it's gonna fall on us one way or another, so if we can get a shiny new bridge out of the deal and then
Sure.
maintain a new bridge or rehabbed at the very least, it just seems logical.
All right. Any more discussion?
may I add a little more detail?
Sure.
Sorry for belaboring this. So then the other part is that the city shall designate a qualified project representative. Would it be the council, the city manager's pleasure for me to be the project representative for the city?
You're the engineer.
Okay, great. All right. Well, with that, I'm finished.
All right. Thank you. So with that, please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the special event application and sign off paper changes. I would entertain a motion on that. Councilman Garner?
I move to approve the proposed special event application and sign off paper changes.
Second?
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the proposed special event application and sign off paper changes. Any discussion? And just so you know, there's one thing I would like to say, and that is the application for the parade said that you can't throw candy out in the parade, and everybody has done it for years, and so this changes it to the drivers cannot, and that way they're paying attention to driving and not reaching down for candy or whatever, and I think that's a good thing, and I think these updates are necessary and will make things better, just so you know, and thank you, Wendy, for working on them. Any other discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing is ordinance, first reading. Do I have a motion on that? Councilman Martinez?
I would make a motion on first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04, City Council.
Do I hear a second?
Second, for the purpose of discussion.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04, City Council. Any discussion?
Mayor, would you like me to review the changes?
Would you please?
Absolutely. The changes made in this are in section 2.04. There is a section regarding remote access for council members. The first change is that it limits the number of remote attendances to 4 times. And outside of that 4 times, it would be considered unexcused, which brings us to the second change, is that determining a vacancy in elected office, consistent unexcused absences for purposes of this section could be deemed a vacancy in elected office. It's my understanding that the goal of this is to have more in-person participation and representation.
Councilman Smith?
I'm confused. It doesn't say 4 consecutive meetings? Or does it say 4 annually, or?
That was actually a question I was going to request clarification, because it does only say more than 4 times. It doesn't say what the period is or whether they have to be consecutive. So is it per term? Is it per year?
Can I continue?
Councilman Smith, yeah.
I just, I have a real problem when people are elected by the community, that we be the ones that say they have to no longer hold office because of XYZ. And so I'm kind of not in favor of that particular language being in this particular
Are you
ordinance.
referring to the determination of the vacancy
Yes.
section?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I don't think it's up to me to tell the people that they can't have their elected official.
Okay.
I feel kind of strongly about the fact that 4 consecutive meetings without excused. And it also says can. Let me read this again, I'm sorry. Oh, it does? Okay. But anyway, 4 consecutive meetings without being excused is, to me, is enough to remove somebody from office. Just so you know.
I do have 2 clarifications just for verbiage. Obviously, it's your vote that would either pass it or not. In the second section, it says 4 consecutive meetings without being excused. What would the council's pleasure be as to who may do the excusing? Would it be the mayor and or vice mayor? Would it be the majority of the council?
Majority of the council.
Mayor, so it does say consecutive, 4 consecutive meetings?
Right.
Isn't that also part of, under another council where that was, we fill that vacancy anyway? That's another ordinance somewhere.
Well, one thing, we had the four calls. We already had that in the ordinance to start with. It just wasn't being enforced. That's one thing. And we had nothing to say about it. We just allowed it. You could call 15 times during the year. And so my take was that we should at least enforce that portion of the ordinance. When I first took office many years ago, if you missed 3 meetings in a row, the council would boot you out. That's just the way the ordinance read. And then we came up with this telephone where you could call in as many times as you want, not be here at the meetings. Well, and we already had it on the ordinance. You were allowed 4 calls. And so I thought, well,
On the bottom.
let's clean up this ordinance and get it on the books, and I feel that we should.
For the remote attendance, it simply says 4 times. What is the time period you would prefer? Is it a calendar year, a term of office?
Per year,
A calendar year?
yeah.
That's 4 consecutive.
Unexcused.
Now, there's two
There's
different
two
4
different-
times there, Chris. They're up on top where it's on number 3. It's, you can use remote access for meetings 4 times.
That's right.
But not anymore. And then any more than that, it would be deemed an unexcused absence. And then if you go down to the determination of vacancy in elected office, if somebody would happen to miss 4 consecutive meetings, then the council can remove you.
So, yeah, and I understand, I see where it's consecutive there, but it's not saying you can't, how many times, it just says 4 times up
But
above.
basically, it says.
Per, it should say per year.
Right,
basically
for the
says-
top one, it's how many times you can get permission to join remotely. After those 4 times, if you're not present, you would be deemed an unexcused absence. And that is the 4 that is discussed for the vacancy.
Who enforces this?
The
We would.
council.
Councilman Durst?
So I'm going to vote no for this. I don't have a problem with if you miss 4 consecutive meetings and you're not a part of it at all. But I find it laughable that this remote access is even part of the discussion. So if somebody calls in or Zooms in, they're still part of the meeting. They can still contribute verbally and they can still vote. So they're not absent from the meeting. They're just attending remotely.
But they're-
And let me finish, please.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So from my point of view, this is part of the failings in Rawlins because we want to keep the same way we've always done it since 1976. We don't want to do anything new or look at any new technology. This remote assistant technology still allows us to be a part of this. A person can live vote while they're part of the meeting somewhere else, and I don't understand the need to even attack that. Maybe somebody has children that are sick and it's easier to stay home. It doesn't really matter why somebody's not here. In the end, they're part of the meeting, they're engaged with the meeting, and they're participating, and I don't see why you should penalize people for that.
Did you see this, by the way? How would I show you that on the phone? Now, that's one reason. There is rules that all of the council have to receive the same information at the same time in the same way. And that is, there's rules about that. And that is impossible when you're at home on the phone.
It's harder, but it's not impossible. We
It
have
is
email.
impossible.
I can literally talk across the globe, right now live to somebody across the globe, fax them, email, give them data immediately during a conversation.
As long as you have a copy machine or a scanning machine and can scan the handout that we're given and then email it to them, yes. But you don't have a scanner sitting beside you.
No, but I'll bet the city does.
So we take a half-hour break every time somebody has a handout?
Well, again, all I'm saying is, I mean, that's like saying, well, now that the computers are out, we got to keep typewriters going. It's
Well,
new technology.
If the computers quit, we would be writing on pencil and paper. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, just to kind of elaborate, I understand new technology. I deal with technology all the time, but I'm going to be upfront and honest. I don't believe we were elected by the citizens of our ward and our community to be absent from a meeting. And if they don't see your face or they come here and don't see your face, I don't think it's proper representation for our ward. I'll be blunt and honest. That's how I feel. So I believe this is a true thing that needs to be followed. So that's how I feel.
Councilman Smith?
I want to point out that the State Land Investment Board, the governor, and all our 5 elected officials have Zoom, and we zoomed around all over the state of Wyoming. And up on that board, the secretary had whatever they were talking about on there. local government liability pool. When I had cancer, I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for Zoom. And I know that it was, that saved my ability to continue on with what I was doing and represent my ward. I tried never to be more than once or twice a month out. I only once, maybe, not being able to, being too sick to join. But on the other hand, I just don't feel, I think there's some languages in there that says excused. And, but what if I went past 4 consecutive times and after that, because I was sick, you have to terminate me? I think that's pretty cruel when you're sick.
Councilman Martinez?
In regard to the comments that were just made, we're not talking about somebody that has cancer or somebody that has a death in the family. We're talking about just constantly calling in 5, 6 times in a row. I can't see how you're representing your ward in that way. And then it doesn't say that we're gonna remove anybody if they call in more than 4 times. It just says that after the 4th time, they don't hook him up with the phone. He's considered absent. That's what it says. It has nothing to do with cancer. It has nothing to do with death. Those things are excusable absences.
But after 4, they're gone.
Not if you're sick. Not if you're sick, Linda. Not if you have a death in the family or an accident somewhere out of town and you can't get in. I understand those things.
Councilman Gardner?
Who's gonna go check to see if the person's sick? I mean, I understand technology, it seems like a hindrance, but it's been pretty good. It helped a lot with you. It helps if you have, I've had to remote in because I've got sent out of town for work. I've probably done it 3 or 4 times, and then my next one I'm gonna get punished. I don't want to miss the meeting, but if I'm forced to miss a meeting, that sucks because I want to be involved. But sometimes the job just.
But right now, what's in effect now is you can call in 4 times and then you can't call in again. That's what's on the books today.
Do we want to force somebody to not be involved?
Well, do we all want to stay home and call in? I really feel strongly about this. If you're participating at your best level, like you have an illness, that's one thing. But this is hard work, and if you can't participate at a full level, it isn't fair to the rest of the people that do. If there's no more discussion, I guess we can open online voting.
So this is what it's at now.
Is that the one we found online?
This is what we have now.
So.
And this is the first reading, folks, so if there's tweaks you want to make, if this passes, you can.
I voted, are you looking at me?
No.
Yes.
Online voting has closed and the motion fails with 4 nays. The 3 yeas were Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Weisenberg, and Mayor Wycombe.
All right. Next thing on our agenda is another ordinance on first reading. Do I have a motion? Vice Mayor Wells?
I move to approve first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code, Title 6 Animals.
Second?
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rawlins Municipal Code Title 6 Animals. Is there any discussion? Councilman Garner?
I was reading through this and I like most of what's being said. There was one thing I was just kind of throwing the idea out there. We have a lot of requirements if something does happen with the dog. Would it be beneficial to add something in there that an aggressive animal?
It's up for discussion, right?
Oh, sorry.
Wait a minute. Did I get out of order? Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. If you do have an incident where the dog is being what is it? What
Vicious.
Are they called? Vicious.
Daryl, can I stop you for
Yeah.
a second? Is there did somebody make a
Yes.
motion and second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
It's just getting late. I'm sorry. Daryl,
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
like-
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I
What's happening? Yeah, no, I was
apologize,
with you like.
because I didn't
clicked
think
it.
there was.
Sorry.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So if they're deemed vicious, maybe something that they go to like a rehab or like a training facility to teach them. I don't know. I don't know if there's something for that, but I was just thinking this is great, but I don't see any rehabilitation to try to get the dog less aggressive. Just see punishments.
Okay.
I don't know.
Councilman Weisenberg.
So I kind of want to speak to this, and this is here because the fact is our ordinance that is in place now is not a prosecutable ordinance ultimately, okay? Simple thing, it's not, right, to know that. So everybody understands and knows this. There was an individual that was bitten by a dog, okay? Tore the individual up really bad. Medical attention, major medical attention and everything in our community, okay? Nothing could happen from our standpoint to prosecute for owning a vicious dog. Not only, so this is not the only case. I can tell you an incident that happened with my own child getting bitten by a dog, and it was the same result, right? I didn't push this out there. I know this individual that this happened to, and I feel for that individual, right? And there's nothing for this that, and there should be no tolerance for a vicious animal like that.
We had a situation right down the street from me, and the same dog bit several neighbors. One lady had 12 stitches in her upper leg, we'll call it, and he bit her twice, and he bit the neighbor lady. And then the next thing that happened, because nothing could be done with the dog, is the other neighbor lady's husband was shooting at it. Didn't get the dog, but when we don't take care, vicious dogs, for instance, are just not allowable. And like Councilman Weisenberg said, if we don't have the ability to prosecute their owners, you're not doing your neighbors any favors. So I personally am all for this. Any further discussion?
My son was bit by that same dog.
Was he?
Just clarification, Mike, real fast. This is a 3 reading ordinance, correct?
It is.
Okay.
This is only the first reading.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Mr. Mayor.
Mike?
Who determines what a vicious dog is?
I guess the doctor that's sewing up this lady's fanny in that case.
Police
For
officer.
example, I have a couple dogs. Just because my dog bit somebody, does that make my dog vicious?
Yes.
There's more to it. If somebody's throwing rocks, if somebody's antagonizing my dog, and my dog retaliates, does that make my dog vicious?
There is a definition.
That
I
is a
can I
different
read this?
deal.
I think this will answer everything right here, Mike. So right here it says vicious animal, because this must be new language and it's underlined. Vicious animal means any animal which attacks, bites, or menaces persons or other animals in any public or private space without just provocation. So I would assume that means from a legal point of view, if I'm throwing rocks at his dog and his dog comes after me, then we have more to talk about than just the dog coming after me.
That is correct.
Any dog will bite, even mine, he has no teeth, but.
No, I mean, I just wanted to clarify that, because if
Yeah,
my dog were to happen to bite somebody, my question is, what the hell did you do to my dog?
yeah. Well, and I think everybody that has a dog thinks about that. But on the other hand, anyway.
And if I may, just the reason that I rewrote this and brought it up is because, as Mr. Weisenberg says, not only was it not enforceable, the city was ruled against by a judge. Therefore, there is now a precedent that I cannot ever bring charges for a vicious animal under the way the ordinance is currently written, because I was ruled against in a trial by a judge.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for bringing this up. I mean, if individuals seen this woman, knew the story and the background of this, and I'm not here to tell the whole story, but it was a vicious attack, and it was not provoked by no means. And this is a sad situation, and I appreciate you bringing this up and making it available for yourself to use as a tool.
I have had to dismiss 4 cases and not be able to get justice for the victims because of the problem with this ordinance. So this one is rather near and dear to my heart.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to go into executive session. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to go into executive session at 10:06 PM per Wyoming Statute 16-405 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 10:06, I think it was.
10:06?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Yeah, it'll start like this. Move to go into executive session.
Hey, you got yours before me. I'm waiting on mine. You're like this.
Online voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Jackie, can you help me with this one?
Legs are burning.
He's gonna take that on one time.
My legs are burning.
I'll give you a break every other.